Did she know?
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the May 16th, 2024 Northampton City Council meeting. I'm Alex Jarrett, and as City Council President, I'll be presiding this evening along with Vice President Rachel Maori. This meeting and all participating in person and on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. The meeting can also be watched on Comcast Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube channel. I now call the City Council to order. Can you take the roll, please?
Councillor Dubs.
Here.
Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Clemmer.
Here.
Councillor Labarge. Here. Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Perry.
Here.
And Councillor Rothenberg.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I know we have some hearing accessibility issues with the council, so is everyone able to hear? Okay, everyone's able to hear. So tonight's highlights include the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget and budget message, an order to accept Chapter 329 of the Acts of 1987, which, if approved by the council and the mayor, would allow the council to add money to a school budget in some circumstances. Up next is public comment. Oh no, wait, we have an announcement first of the public hearing. Announcement of the public hearing on the fiscal year 2025 budget. Per the Northampton Charter, Section 7.4, the City Council Committee on Finance will hold public hearings to consider the proposed fiscal 2025 operating budget on Wednesday, May 29th, 2024, and Thursday, May 30th at 6 p.m. in Council Chambers, 212 Main Street, Northampton.
I'm sorry, I got knocked off Zoom, so I'm just asking
Okay.
me to co-host.
Okay, thanks. The public hearing will be conducted in hybrid format with the option for the public to participate either in person or remotely. Instructions for accessing the hearing may be found on the May 29th and May 30th City Council Committee on Finance agendas posted on northamptonma.gov no later than 48 hours prior to the hearing. The City Council Committee on Finance will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. The proposed fiscal year 2025 budget will be available for inspection by the public beginning May 16th, 2024 in the following locations at the specified times. Online on the City of Northampton website at northamptonma.gov, at the Forbes Library, 20 West Street, Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., closed Sundays. At the Lilly Library at 19 Meadow Street, Monday, 10 a.m. to 5, Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 8, closed Wednesdays, Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8, Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Sunday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And finally, the City Clerk's office at 210 Main Street, Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. So I hope you all can join us for those hearings. So, public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please sign up on the sheet at the podium. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature. The raise hand feature is in the bottom menu bar by reactions. If you are calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you're having trouble raising your virtual hand, you can turn on your video and physically raise your hand. If you want to submit a written public comment, please email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov. It will be sent to all councilors and will be part of the public record. So I will alternate between people in the room and people on Zoom. Now, before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to a maximum of 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, we will ask you to please finish your sentence. And if someone has already said something you agree with, feel free to just second their thought. According to the council rules, we do not respond during public comment. It is your time to speak. Our rules also state that counselors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right. It's one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. And if you're on Zoom, I ask that all but the council turn off your video until you're called upon, or if you need to, turn on your video to raise your hand. Only the person recognized has the floor. All comments are to be directed to the council. Finally, I believe everyone in the community wants a good outcome from this budget. I encourage us to listen, assuming that everyone who speaks on it is coming from that place of goodwill. First, we'll start in the room. Jen Derringer. And is the green light on there?
No.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Derringer. I am a Northampton City resident. I reside in Ward 3. I love the Northampton Public Schools. I love how my son, who's now in 9th grade at the Northampton High School, has been so supported socially, emotionally, academically, and athletically in all of his years in public school. I have been privileged myself to be able to support the public schools by serving on the PTO, writing grants to support field trips, playground equipment, the Bridge Street After School program, and many others. My new adventure will be helping to bring back the NHS Athletic Booster Club. Both literally and philosophically, I support funding for our schools. And we cannot spend money we don't have. If more revenues are needed for our schools, we need to work to secure those revenues first before making commitments on spending. For example, we should be working hard to change the school state funding formula, which results in $2 million of Northampton public schools funding going to local charter schools every single year. I just want to note that there are people hissing in the audience right now as I'm speaking. Financially risky decisions, such as raiding our stabilization funds, could have severe consequences for all Northampton residents, including children. I urge you to be fiscally responsible and to right-size the school budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Nan. Nan, your city or town, or your name and city or town, please.
Nancy Smith, Chapel Street. I ask for support for Chapter 329 and, most importantly, level service funding for our schools. The thought of canceling the city kennel may be difficult, but the approximately $900,000 the city is holding to build a facility identical to one in Amherst no longer makes sense, any more than a costly rehab of an empty building now when services are being provided without it. We can't just cancel students or postpone the support they need. Once that year without support is gone, it can't be brought back. It's not that simple. I have ADHD with multiple learning disabilities. Without support, the only thing I connected with in high school was drugs and alcohol. I barely showed up and I barely graduated. Nothing but dumb luck kept me from draining your tax dollars at a correctional facility. 5 years ago, 5 years later, I go to community college where I practically lived in their support lab and connected with ARCH. I graduated summa cum laude, pulled out of the tailspin and got a better job. Due to the shaky start, I had to keep plugging along until at 45 I got my first job as a systems engineer. Without that support staff, I never would have passed the required math exam for graduation. No graduation, no degree, no future. They didn't coddle me. They gave me the tools and guidance I needed, and I worked my tail off. Because I didn't have that support earlier, we all missed out on a quarter century of me paying systems engineer level taxes. These people are worth their weight in gold. This is an investment in our children we cannot afford to miss. When I passed that exam, the support staff celebrated like I was their own kid. These people deserve our respect and gratitude, and they sure have mine. Thank you for all you do in Godspeed and balancing the budget. You're appreciated. And that job, it paid for my bachelor's in network engineering, summa cum laude. Never would have happened without that support staff. None of it. Level service funding for our schools, please. Thanks. Go Ham.
Thank you. In person, Al Simon.
Good evening. My name is Al Simon. I live in Village Hill here in Northampton. As you can see, I'm an old guy. We moved here about 5 years ago, almost to the day. I don't have kids at the schools. My grandchildren won't be students here. But I am here to talk about the school budget and the threat of significant service cuts. Universal free public education is foundational to a democratic society, and it provides the possibility of social advancement in a country where one's success is largely dependent on the zip code you live in and who your parents are. It did for me. One of the things I've noticed about Northampton is there is a lot of talk about equity, lots of talk. But so far that talk has been missing from the discussion about school funding. According to the U.S. Census, Northampton is about 80% white with a poverty rate of 11.3%. But the student population in Northampton schools are much poorer and browner than the town as a whole. According to the State Department of Education, 68% of the kids in schools are white and over 31% are low income, almost 3 times the rate of the city as a whole. In addition, over 40% of children are high needs, meaning they need more personalized attention. These children are the most vulnerable population in Northampton. So if equity really is important, we would discuss the need first before we talked about money. Will Northampton leaders act for equitable solutions? Will you really place the budget burden on these children? I guess we'll see. Like Joe Biden likes to say, show me your budget and I'll show you your values. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Maureen Carney.
Hello, Maureen Carney, Church Street, Northampton. Thank you, counselors. Thank you, Councilor Jarrett and Mayor Chiara for the work that you produced to deliver a budget for review tonight by the City Council. So I listened very intently to the joint committee meeting on legislative matters and the Finance Committee. And I really appreciated the level of discourse at that meeting where I found some real strong commonalities. One thing that I heard from everyone who was at that meeting was a commitment to the democratic process. And so in light of that, you know, I didn't know about this provision in Mass General laws when I served on the City Council, and I don't know whether it was something that came up previously, but I find it interesting that the Massachusetts legislature enacted this provision to allow cities and towns to enact, and yet has not done its job in terms of devoting the resources that cities and towns so desperately need. And so we cities and towns have been faced with the burden of so many increased costs in public education without the accompanying assistance from the state. Creative solutions in this city have included a great effort by citizens, parents, and citizens in Northampton at large in the Northampton Education Foundation. People realized we're not getting from the state. We need to do what we can do. I so applaud the creation of that Northampton Education Foundation, and I don't think many people know about it. I used to get the envelope for making my donation in my tax.
So that's time if you could finish your sentence.
Yes, I would urge you to accept and review the mayor's budget and to not pass the resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in person, Lucy Brutus? Broadus.
Hi, counselors. My name is Lucy Broadus. I am from Riverbank Road in Northampton, Ward 3. I'm a senior at Northampton High School, and I graduate in just about a week. But I am here today to talk not only from that perspective, but also to just talk from the perspective of the actual students we've been talking about. our schools are at the heart of our city. I know that there are many city services that have to be funded, and there are many things in the city that need to be thought about, and I completely recognize all the hard work that goes into that. I also recognize that without good schools and without public schools that have services and have things to offer and have specialties, we are not going to increase people coming to Northampton. We're not going to increase town revenue, and we're not going to put ourselves in a good position to then continue to grow our city and fund the, infrastructure that needs to be funded and all sorts of things like that. So at the heart of everything comes the public schools, because that's where people decide where to move based on where their kids are going to go to school and what kind of schools they're going to be around. So I think you all should think about that as the core of our budget, because that's the core of our city. Now, from the student perspective, I've spoken at the previous school committee meeting, and I have done many protests, and all I can say is I really hope you listen to student voices and to the actual people you're voting on what the budget's going to impact and who the budget is going to impact. I know that most of your constituents support this, and I have spoken to a lot of them, and a lot of them have spoken to me, and to not opt in tonight is going against what I think the majority of constituents in this city believe in. So with that, I urge you to opt in, and please think about the youth of our city first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Summer Cable.
Hi, thank you. My name is Summer Cable, and I live in Florence. I've lived in Northampton for 16 years, and my 3 children have gone to Northampton's public schools since preschool. After watching the thoughtful deliberation by the Joint Finance Committee and the Legislative Matters Committee, I believe that voting in favor of opting in to Chapter 329 tonight would be a rushed decision that circumvents sufficient public discourse. The decision to opt in could potentially cause unintended harm in the future. For instance, the Northampton Public School Committee has no regulatory or budgetary authority over the city's other public school, Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School. But a portion of Smith Voca's budget does come from the city. As such, future school committee members could propose an NPS budget above the mayor's budget that requires cuts across all departments and adversely affects Smith Voc students and teachers. We've heard quite frequently the refrain that we must not balance the budget on the backs of students, but not all of the students are being considered in this conversation. During the joint committee meeting, Councilor Moulton made an excellent point. Over the last 37 years, 5 mayors and 18 city councils have not found a reason to consider opting in. Councilor Moulton also made the excellent point that the current city council understands the budget it put forward by the school committee, and it does not need additional regulation to complete its duties. Rushing this decision tonight without considering all possible consequences could ultimately do more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in person, Sage Lamana.
My name is Sage Lamana. I'm a resident of Northampton, and I was one of the organizers of the walkout at Northampton High School, along with Henry Lawrence, Ethan Trotman, and many other NHS students. We also took part in the sit-in outside the mayor's office and the most recent protests in the NHS hallway when the superintendent went to meet with NACE. Students are the common theme in these events. We are rising to take a seat at the table. We, the students of Northampton, are putting in the work and getting educated on this topic and fighting for the future of our schools, our students, our teachers, and our community. We understand the severity of these budget cuts, and we are aware, and we are saying no. Students are not intimidated by the language used to define and explain these cuts, but instead we are intrigued and looking for solutions. That brings us to tonight. If the mayor's budget is any less than 14% increase to NPS, then students of NPS will be negatively affected. High cost numbers, less support for students in IEPs and 504s are only a few examples. Your job as elected city council is to look after the well-being of the entire city and students of our district. One of the ways that you do that is by fully funding our schools. If this level service budget does not pass, this will not be the last time you hear from students. This issue is far too important for us to back down, and that is because we were raised in Northampton, where we care for the entirety of our city. It's because we were raised to advocate for ourselves and others who are unable. We should not have to. We should be learning. This week we had AP exams, SATs, and the dreaded MCAS. We should have been studying for that. But here we are. Students should not have to fight this battle. You are the adults. It is your responsibility to figure this out. So please take charge and finish the job.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Karen Hidalgo.
I'm Karen Hidalgo. I live in Ward 1 in Northampton, and I wanted to encourage you to vote on opting into Chapter 329 of the Acts of 1987. This is a vote in favor of democracy. A lot of power is concentrated in our mayor. It's quite different from the town meeting structure that I grew up with, and that's a concern to me, independent of our present mayor or our present budget. On the topic of the school budget, I just wanted to say something to people who have said the schools need to live within their means. We're not asking for limos, champagne, vacations, or anything superfluous. We're asking for a level services budget. The cost of education has been rising for a long time. This has many causes, including unfunded mandates from the state and federal government. And we got by for decades in Northampton, mainly by underpaying our staff. Now that we're doing better with that, we can't turn around and make cuts to our schools in order to balance the budget. It's not the right thing to do. We need to come together and find solutions. I can't do that part in 2 minutes, but I'm here for the conversation. Cutting teachers, counselors, and other school staff is not the answer. It will make the problems worse as we lose particular special talented staff. We have larger class sizes and reduced services, and that's likely to drive enrollment down. First things first, democracy requires checks and balances, so I urge you to opt in and take a step towards a more democratic city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room, Claudia Lefko.
Claudia Lefko, 40 Valley Street. I'm here to speak about prioritizing children and families, about excellent schools and vibrant neighborhoods as recognized and critical factors in attracting families with young children to a city. I'm speaking even as children and whole families are being slaughtered in Gaza, close to 15,000 killed by Israeli forces, and 70% of schools destroyed. I'm speaking as a former school committee member, 3 times elected to an at-large seat beginning in 1991, in a time when Northampton was a dynamic and happening place, when people my age and in my profession, a preschool teacher, my husband a kindergarten teacher, could buy a house. Those days are long gone. Gone is affordable housing, replaced by high-end housing that is and will attract older couples in retirement. Gone are the downtown shops where you could buy everyday things you needed and even things you didn't need. Now we're spending many millions of dollars on Main Street for the leisure class. Your living room, they tell us, while neighborhoods across the city are suffering from the negative impact of zoning laws that allow oversized, inappropriate infill. Longtime residents' concerns have been shunted aside. Many can't afford to stay. And developers, they're making out like bandits, including Eric Sewer, who just walked away with $3 million for the Resilience Hub. Despite all of this, we're told the current budget difficulties are not the result of wrong priorities. We're told to be still and accept or ignore the budgetary, legislative, and planning department decisions that have brought us to this point. And then we'll be asked to support yet another override. Somehow, the social contract whereby city government works for the benefit of the people, the children and youth who elect them, even they don't vote, and pay their salaries, seems broken. My last sentence. Somehow the mayor and certain elected officials feel they can disenfranchise residents and then expect our goodwill and commitment to children will rescue them with an override. There's something terribly wrong with this picture. And finally, I publicly apologize. I hissed. Charter schools are an issue, and I apologize.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Lisa Modenos.
Thank you, Lisa Modinos in Florence. The language of scarcity dominates public ed everywhere. Northampton is not unique. The language of competition, of cannibalizing and taking from one group or resource to support another is also prevalent across public ed conversations. And we, the masses, stand at the bottom of the hill, watching those at the top repeat this language over and over. Even some of us repeat it, and it divides us as we fight for scraps. The language is manufactured, and it serves the push for privatization. When you use this language, you reinforce a status quo that supports neoliberalism, which further guts public education while lining the pockets of private institutions and groups, harming the public, and especially the most marginalized and vulnerable children among us. Some districts in the Commonwealth have shown fortitude and creativity by challenging such language, finding ways to support education, for example, right next door in East Hampton. Those districts are amazing and should inspire this city council to stand on the correct side of history during this pivotal budget moment. They should inspire this city council to work collaboratively as a collective to support our children, our schools, and the diverse ways our teachers and staff nurture our children every single day, from reading, writing, and arithmetic to social, emotional, nutritional, psychological, disability, and safety needs that have become more and more important in the last few years. Our public schools are vital to our community and to our humanity. 2 immediate ways the City Council can do this: do the right thing, push back against the gutting of public ed while private institutions grow under a neoliberal veil, is to opt in, and to revive the pilot program started almost a decade ago that fell flat, allowing resources that are available, and in some cases abundantly so, to be used for our children and their public educations. Thank you.
Next in the room, Andrea Egido.
Good evening. Over the past 4 weeks, since the school committee voted 8-1 to fund level services in our school, there have been lots of discussions and letters criticizing this vote, making it sound like the elected officials on the school committee were irresponsible and reckless. Words like cannibalizing and vitriol have been used. Telling people to be kind while at the same time disparaging them takes gaslighting to the next level. I've also heard from the city about the special purpose stabilization funds and how that money has been put away in anticipation of certain costs. For example, the Climate Change Stability Fund that was created to prioritize the community's carbon neutrality goals and to plan for costs to implement our climate resilience and regeneration plans. When people in the city say they knew that this day was coming and they warned us that the school budget would have huge deficits, then that would have huge deficits, instead of pointing fingers about, then why didn't you save money in anticipation for those deficits? Just like you did for climate change. By not doing this, you send the message that the schools in our city are not your priority, and that you would rather scold people than take action to make things better. I agree with Ms. Derringer that we shouldn't spend money we don't have. As you can see on my chart on local receipts, you can see that we do have money. Every year we have underestimated local receipts by millions of dollars. The money is there. Tonight, you have the chance to vote your values, to vote for democracy. You have a chance to vote to opt in to the provision of Massachusetts general law that will allow you to increase the budget line item for our schools upon the request of the school committee. You can listen to all your constituents, not just the privileged ones, and do the job that they voted you in office to do. If you come into our schools, I just have another moment. If you have come into our schools, you won't see tons of extra people sitting around. You'll see people working their hardest every day for the children of this city. The 40 people that will be laid off or transferred if this budget doesn't go through are some of the best and brightest educators who work hard for our children every day. And those children are depending on you. Those children depend on you for great schools. Please vote tonight to opt in so that you have the option to make a positive change for our city. Thank you for the extra time.
Next on Zoom is Dan Kennedy.
All right. Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. I will try to make this short. Thank you for hearing everyone today. I know it's not the sole item on the agenda, but I'm sure most of the comments are going to be about opt-in, and I'm no different there. I'm coming from a bit of a different place. I don't have kids in the Northampton Public Schools. I don't even have kids at all, and I don't plan on it. But I feel compelled to ask you to listen to parents, teachers, and the kids themselves, because while I don't have kids in NPS, my life is deeply impacted nonetheless, because schools are central to a community. I have friends who are teachers, I have friends who are parents, I've met some of these amazing students, and they're all impacted by a reduction in services, and it's all negative. When we're talking about educational staff, I do want to say we have dedicated educational professionals in our schools being told that they may not have positions. And these are Northampton residents. They're our neighbors, they're our community members, and damaging cuts like this aren't new. Former counselor and current school committee member Foster talked about receiving pink slips as what pushed her out of education. It damages morale, and it adds to additional, almost certainly uncompensated work that the teachers who remain will do because they care about the children in this community. There's so much focus on blame. There were city councilors who were saying that other committees have to take the heat, that city officials are trying to pass the buck. But our city has elected all of you, not just to take blame, but to really use your knowledge, your skills, and your creativity to find solutions to the big problems, and to involve the residents of the city when you need more ideas and more help. I would love, especially those with deep knowledge of the budgeting constraints, to, instead of giving municipal daddy lectures, and get into creative ways to find acceptable solutions that do not undercut the city's values for the sake of a credit rating. I firmly believe there are solutions for this, and that the mayor, with the help of the city council and community, can find novel ways to fund schools and the services they provide. I've heard a lot about our amazing credit rating, to provide lower interest rates, but nothing about using that credit rating to borrow to cover our budget while we do the hard work of consolidation and efforts to realign our schools. There's pilot programs for large nonprofits to contribute in sustainable ways to the city, tapping into reserve.
Finish your sentence. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. You can finish your
Everything
sentence.
takes time. Just please opt in tonight.
Thank you. Next in the room is Dory Graham.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dory Graham. I live on Hatfield Street, and I am a para-professional in Jackson Street School. I love my job. I love my students. I wake up every day. I'm excited to see them. I'm begging you, please opt in, override this draconian budget, which will rip myself and many others away from our jobs, away from the children who need us and love us. Sometimes we are the only source of stability for these children. Next year, without 40 of us, and with increased class sizes, children such as these are going to feel lost. They won't have that interpersonal connection, and they won't succeed in school. I beg of you, please opt in. Show us that you care. Please spare our kids this. And please don't make me quit my job. I love it, but I really can't do it if the school isn't safe. Please opt in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Kristen McHugh.
Hi. Hold on one second. I just have to get my name's Chris McHugh. I live in Florence, and I teach at Jackson Street. I'm also the parent of a kindergartner at Jackson Street. I have 3 points I'd like to make. First, there's a lot of conflicting information out in the public, but it seems consistent that the way our schools were funded under previous mayors didn't work and drew from non-renewable funds. However, it took us years to get into this hole, and I hope that there might be a way to plan over some years to fix that funding instead of trying to do it all at once. Next is a request of the City Council. I've been to a lot of meetings, and the mayor has been clear that she is going to increase the school budget 4% and only 4%, and it's what she ran on. If the mayor's presentation tonight allocates more than that 4%, I hope you'll ask why for the second year in a row she didn't allocate that money months ago. Pink slips and involuntary transfers have been issued. Staff has felt the stress and heartache. People have found or are actively seeking other jobs. Administrators spent hours in meetings about cuts, hours that could have been spent supporting children, teachers, and families. My final comment comes from this week's subcommittee meeting about opting in. At that meeting, a counselor expressed a desire for the school committee to feel the heat and said the City Council shouldn't be the only ones to take the hit. I feel like we've lost the thread and focus here. This isn't a game of pass the buck or hot potato. School committee members, city councilors, and the mayor will be just fine, no matter the budget results. You chose to run for these jobs and make these hard choices. The people who will feel the heat and take the hit in this process are the children of the Northampton Public Schools. Please opt in and fund our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. In the room, Ronnie Gold.
Good evening. My name is Ronnie Gold, and I live in Northampton. I'm here tonight to speak to two things in relation to tonight's opt-in agenda item. First, I'd like to speak to comments made by Ward 3's city councilor, who has made statements during these discussions that her statements and positions are on behalf of and representative of all of Ward 3. I live in Ward 3 and serve in a variety of roles in our schools and community for the past 10 years. I'm currently on Bridge Street School Council and JFK School Council. I'm a member of Northampton Strategic Planning Team. I'm a board member of the Ward 3 Neighborhood Association, and I'm a former school committee member. First, what I share tonight is only on my behalf and not on behalf of these groups. But because of these various committees that I serve on, many, many members of the Ward 3 community have reached out to discuss with me and learn about the budget challenges our city is facing. In speaking to a broad range of Ward 3's community, including parents at all 6 schools, NPS teachers, Salvo House community members, members of the Senior Center, just to name a few, it is clear that our ward is deeply committed to our schools, teachers, students, and the health of our city and all of its members. And from these conversations, it's also very clear that Ward 3 has a wide-ranging set of views on this budget matter, and that there is no clear consensus view right now. Please know that it's an extreme misrepresentation from our city councilor to declare that there is unanimity or majority view in Ward 3 on opting in on this matter. While there is unanimity on supporting our schools and students and teachers in all aspects of our city, there's clearly not consensus around the opt-in question that might have been, and might again tonight, be incorrectly suggested by our Ward 3 councilor. My second statement is to share that there are many, many constituents across our city who trust that each of our city councilors, our mayor, and our city leaders, that they're all passionately prioritizing our schools, students, and teachers. And we trust that on this challenging vote you face, no matter how you vote on this opt-in question, your vote will be made thoughtfully and in the best interest of all of our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Mariatha Wallace.
Give me 1 second. Sorry.
No worries.
It's Maritha Wallace.
Maritha, sorry.
No worries. I am ESP at JFK, and while I do not live in Northampton, I do live in Amherst, and some of our issues are just as challenging at some point. So what I'd like to say is I have spent some time reading and learning about the opt-in option. And one of the things I wanted to bring forward is while you may not have, agreed, it gives time and space for us to look at other options. For example, if you don't opt in, everything is set in stone. Whatever the mayor says, that's what's going to happen. However, if you do opt in, there are ways that we can look at the budget and see if we can come up with a more interesting, creative, whatever you want to call it, solution to this budgeting issue, rather than laying and pink slipping 20 teachers and involuntarily transferring teachers who might not want to come to the middle school to teach history because they've spent 15 years in elementary school. So one of the things that because we always are looking for creative things, and I'm going to just say one, the cannabis industry. It's booming in Northampton. And while those things cannot directly go into the budget of the school, they can fund other things. For example, it can go into the construction. It can help this. Then you can take the money that's allocated from the state and move it into an educational system so that we can use it. And I have made this suggestion over the last 5, 6, 7 years since I've been a paraprofessional at JFK. There are other options for us to do this rather than laying off teachers who genuinely want to be in this position, who come up every day, they show up every day and teach students. So I would like to just say, opt in so that you can have time to look at it and make other decisions. It may be that we get...
That was time. If you could finish your sentence.
Finish it. This is it. 10%, which would help, and then we would have a different conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In the room, Jesse Cannon.
Hi, my name is Jesse Cannon, and I live in Northampton on Grove Street. I went to Bridge Street, and I had a hard time going to school, and Miss Paul and ESP helped me so much. And if we have to make budget cuts and cut teachers like her, it could really hurt other students. And if we have to make classes larger, it could also really hurt students who need special help. Thank you.
On Zoom, Emily DiMartino.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily DiMartino. I use they and them pronouns. I am a parent of a Bridge Street kindergartner. I live in Ward 4. I'm a graduate of K through 12 public schools, as is my wife. I'm the child of a 30-plus year career New York State public school employee. I've worked as a paraprofessional in disability services within New York State public schools and as a school nurse in Philadelphia. I believe in a level services budget, and I believe that our schools must be assertively funded. I trust you all have received my multiple emails on the subject. I'm a nurse practitioner, so school budgeting is way out of my expertise, but I'm an expert in being a parent to my kid. I continue to see city, state, and national government misprioritize, and I do not support the associated layoff, reassignments, and other cuts in the mayor's budget. I appreciate neighbor Lisa Medenos' assessment of manufactured false scarcity. There's no more essential service than public education. Specifically, our city can fund police directing traffic at construction sites, but we cannot afford math interventionists or adequate guidance counselors. My tax dollars fund weapons of war, but Bridge Street children did not have a school librarian for most of this school year. A richly textured, compassionate, and supportive school environment is not incidental and must be appropriately funded, and our children deserve this gift for their futures. It's an equity issue, as the second gentleman who spoke in person indicated. Appropriately funded public education is a priority in your community. Please prioritize public education. The current school budget, as proposed by the mayor, is problematic. Cutting already strapped services will have egregious consequences for our children and adolescents, as well as the community of teachers and staff who support them and deserve more than a living wage. I plead with you to work together and solve this apparent budgetary crisis without shortchanging Northampton Public Schools. This is a problem created by adults, and our children should not be burdened with the consequences of our elected officials' inappropriate prioritization or fiscal mismanagement from years ago. I urge you to opt in and fund vital public education. Thank you.
Thank you. In the room, Elizabeth Bowen.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Bowen. I live in Ward 1. I am a Leeds teacher as well as a parent of 2 students at Leeds. I'm confused and perplexed by the adults in our city government's resistance to discussing the city budget. Some counselors at least stance that educators in our district are just a bunch of hysterical women who can't control our frivolous spending is disturbing at best. As educational professionals, we are telling you that the schools cannot endure the mayor's cuts. As education professionals, we are telling you that we cannot meet the basic legal and moral obligations to the children of this city under the mayor's proposal. The school committee used the only tool at their disposal when faced with an unreasonable stance from City Hall. And yet, instead of responding with questions and concerns, members of this council have responded as if they are merely the mayor's yes men and not elected officials whose job it is to ask questions. American democracy is notoriously dependent on legislators being willing to check and balance the executive. I understand that this is uncomfortable. There are a lot of complicated and obscure procedures at play. It is uncomfortable to oppose a mayor who you generally view as a reasonable person. But as I walk through that school each day, I am greeted by children who are successfully accessing a free and appropriate education in the least restrictive environment, as is their right, because of positions that the mayor thinks are wish list items. Positions that existed long before the pandemic. Please at least be willing to discuss hurting these children before signing off on it. And lastly, I'd ask that if you vote to opt out and you have a statement on your website saying that you're an advocate of the Northampton Public Schools, to please remove that blatant lie.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Isabel Miller.
Hi. I am in Northampton, Franklin Street. My daughter is at Jackson Street School, and I think that our public school systems need a fair budget, bigger than what the mayor is proposing. It's actually kind of ridiculous what she's proposing. When I moved here, I thought the school system was great, and I have been shocked at how underfunded it is. And you come here thinking that it's this quaint city with all these amenities, and yet our children can't even get a good education. They're below national averages in so many areas, not to the teacher's fault, they just don't have the resources. And currently, my daughter is in a class that the whole class has had to move out of the classroom and stop learning when a high-need student needs help, which is fine, but she's in a class that's going to be up to 25 students next year if we lose a teacher, and they just won't have the resources for all the high-needs students to get the help that they need and continue teaching the other students what they need. And it's appalling, actually. All this money is being spent on downtown Northampton, and meanwhile, the new light fixtures, the paint is peeling, the weeds are growing, no one's taking care of anything. They're spending money as if we want all these new shiny things, when all we want is a good education for our children and for their future. And I think that they deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room, Michelle, is it Romeo?
No, it's wrong. Okay.
Hi, welcome.
I know, it's it. My name is Michele Ronco. I'm originally from Italy. I live in Ward 1. I have a ninth grader, a fourth grader, a first grader at Jackson. Basically, I moved to Western Mass 17 years ago, and I chose to live in Northampton for the last 14 years and start a family here because I was told it was a progressive town with good school system, right? It doesn't feel like that anymore. So before moving to the US, I was actually elected as a town councilor in a city that was about 3 times the size of Northampton. I understand how budgeting works, also for business. It's a difficult process. There are a lot of moving parts, but we have other options, and it's, I think, an imperative, especially for a town like Northampton, to find the correct resources, right, for the kids. Because, again, we want to keep this town to be progressive with a good school system, because otherwise, what are the alternatives for the citizen like me? Either looking at charter school, where I come from, is unthinkable, because the school system is completely funded from nationally. Same for the environment, same for healthcare, right? So we all want to live amongst healthy people in a healthy environment with educated people, right? It's in everybody's interest. So I basically ask you to accept Chapter 329 to keep Northampton progressive with a good school system. Right? Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Calvin.
Hi, I'm not Calvin. I am Martha Ebner, and I live on Rust Ave in Northampton. I'm here in support of the opt-in measure and hope that you will vote yes tonight. Considering all options for our schools, in my opinion, allows for the time and the space to consider all possibilities for supporting our schools, our teachers, our counselors, and ultimately Northampton students. These students are still recovering from the educational and emotional impacts of the pandemic. So I ask you to please vote yes and opt in to provide more time to consider all options for funding our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room, Jeff Jones.
Hi, my name's Jeff Jones, Woods Road, Ward 6. I'm president of United Food and Commercial Workers Local 1459. I'm president of the Western Mass Area Labor Federation with 55 to 60 affiliates, roughly 50 to 60,000 members that we represent. I'm the proud parent of a Northampton Public Schools graduate who actually is graduating this Sunday from college, thanks in part to Northampton Public Schools. To cut to the chase, I urge you to support the opt-in version. I'm aghast that City Council does not have more input into the school budget. The school committee's already voted 8-1. Most of the discussion I've been following around stabilization accounts looks like an elaborate shell game. I am not in favor of doing something for the sake of doing something, being a creature of habit. As to former Mayor Narkowitz's recent op-ed in the Gazette, I can only say thank you for your service. That was then, this is now. Part of now means holding large property-owning entities in Northampton responsible for if they're paying their fair share of taxes. Smith College and Cooley Dickinson come to mind. To not opt in is, in my opinion, to play the functional equivalent of submitting to what they had to do in Holyoke on their school committee, submitting to a receiver, which I personally experienced defending some of our members in Holyoke. There, the school committee is largely irrelevant and defers to one office, the receiver. Northampton is better than that. Any part of a functioning democracy needs an informed citizenry. Being informed does not start after K-12. It starts during K-12. There is no greater role in a society than being a teacher. I urge you to honor the school committee by opting in and supporting the next generation of our citizenry. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. On Zoom is G.
Yes, hello. My name is Gwen Devad, and I don't know why I'm having this issue here. Thank you. My name is Gwen Devad, and I have been a single parent for 36 years. And I'm here, and I would like you to opt in on this. And the reason why is because I'm the parent of an adult child with disabilities, and it took not just what my son needed, in terms of his IEPs and his special needs and everything like that. But it took a lot of meetings, and the fighting itself took me out of the job market as a single mom. It became very expensive for the economy, for me to be able to get my son what he needed. And I'm also an adult who is graduating from college this weekend, thank you. And it wouldn't have taken me so long, I think, if I had had my needs met. Well, I'm in a small white town on its way up, and I think if I had had what I needed for special education. So I'm 54 now, and I'm going to graduate from college now that my kids are grown. And that's what I'm going to do. So I would love for Northampton to opt in. I also want to duly acknowledge that there are 2 members tonight who serve on the board of the Northampton Housing Authority, and one of them just spoke a minute ago, and I'm so happy for what he said. And I'm not so happy for what the other board commissioner said, because she is servicing a the most vulnerable population of students in Northampton. So Northampton should opt in. Thank you.
And your city or town, Gwen?
Northampton.
Thank you. In the room, Daniel Graham.
So my name's Daniel Graham. I'm a resident of Hatfield, but I am an 8th grade teacher at JFK. This spring, I was honored to be nominated by my colleagues and selected by the district as the winner of Northampton's New Teacher Award at the Harold Grinspoon Foundation Pioneer Valley Excellence in Teaching Awards. Exactly 1 week after Dr. Bonner presented me with this award on stage, I received the paperwork letting me know that I am one of the 20 teachers who will be laid off at the end of this school year because of the mayor's proposed budget cuts. This is my 2nd year working at JFK, and after a very difficult first year teaching, I felt that I had really found a home where I'm respected and my ideas are valued in Northampton Public Schools. As a teacher, I am dedicated to building relationships with my students, and I have worked hard to become a member of the Northampton community. In addition to my teaching, which incorporates diverse perspectives and resource about U.S. history, government, and politics, I also make a point to attend as many community events as possible because I see community building as one of the most important roles of being an educator. I regularly attend sports events, school concerts, and art shows to show my support for my students as whole human beings, not just names on a roster in my classroom. Many of the teachers at risk of being cut, like myself, have been key to helping change the culture not only at JFK but across the district, following a very tumultuous period that included the COVID-19 pandemic and a massive amount of turnover in this district. I feel as though my colleagues and I have made meaningful progress towards providing a stable and comprehensive school experience for our students. The proposed budget cuts would not only undo much of the work that we are doing, but they would also have lasting effects on the quality of education here in Northampton. As a civics teacher, I know all too well the impact that a lack of education can have on our city and the United States. For years, Northampton educators have been told that we must do everything we can to improve our test scores in English and math, and so the proposal is to cut all of our reading and math interventionists rather than fund those positions. Last sentence, Northampton claims to be a city that values progressive ideas and education. The proposed budget cuts show that our elected officials do not agree, and I strongly urge you to vote to opt in tonight and allow our teachers to continue making a difference in our students' lives.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Marilyn Richards.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here tonight. And I just, before I start what I was going to say, I just want to let people know that as starting my career as an educator, I understand how important it is. And I've always been proud of the Northampton Public Schools and what they've done. So I live at 20 Bridge Road, Unit 8 in Florence. I'm a former city councilor and currently on the housing authority. So I guess I'm here tonight just to sort of wave a cautionary flag about this proposal. First of all, I had an opportunity to watch the Joint Committee on Finance and Legislative Matters. And actually, I watched the video. Wonderful that's possible. And I'll tell you, there are so many unanswered questions. Even when we had our attorney here, a lot of this has not been even talked about or discussed. We don't know how many communities have it. We know there are communities that do, but we don't have any data on best practices or what it was like for them once we enacted it. So it just seemed like this is a very odd, hasty proposal to come before the council tonight. And I would absolutely recommend that people understand it as best as we can, because it's hard to understand. I mean, the committee spent a couple hours on this, and you know, it's complicated. But we're all in it for the kids. We're all in it for spending as much money as we can without harming others or other departments too. So I just feel like it needs more public input. And the other thing I wanted to say is we do have a strong mayor system, and that's in our charter, et cetera. And if
That's time if you could finish your sentence.
yeah, it needs to go before the Charter Commission on the regular time we look at that.
Thank you. Next in the room, Brian Duran.
Good evening. My name is Brian Duran. I live in Northampton, and I'm a special education teacher at Bridge Street School in Northampton School District. I'm one of the teachers currently being laid off due to budget cuts. This is extremely hard to understand considering the struggle that we already encounter at our school. It is our job as special education teachers to provide the best education possible for our students. I am scared and worried about what will happen next year if these positions are cut. Of course, I don't want to lose my job, but our students here in Northampton deserve the best education possible, and all of the positions being cut will prevent that from happening. At Bridge Street, we are already short-staffed. Special education teachers, tiered support specialists, and ESPs are consistently providing coverage every day to just ensure that students who require one-on-one support have a teacher just with them at all times. We have to cover each other to ensure everyone can even get a lunchtime. When there are absences for the day, we have to rush and piece together a plan to ensure all students are properly supported. Along with being a special education teacher, I am on the Crisis Prevention and Intervention team, the CPI team. I am typically the last person to be called for support due to having a caseload of my own of students. Both tiered support specialists and the BCBA respond to CPI calls first. However, when they cannot respond due to already supporting another student in the school, I will answer the call. This year, I was consistently called upon to support CPI calls because there was simply no other staff member to respond due to numerous responsibilities and duties occurring at the same time. By cutting both tiered support positions, who will be able to respond to calls to support students in distress, who's going to be there to do it? I am scared for the safety of the students and staff members at Bridge Street next year if these proposed cuts go through. To end my statement, I want to be clear that Bridge Street School has felt like a work family for the last year. I love my job, the students, the staff, and the family connections that I have made. I really hope you opt in and consider the plan for the budget cuts within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Heidi Anderson.
Hi, just a heads up, I'm going to read really quickly. My name is Heidi Anderson. I live in Laurel Park in Northampton. I've taught special education at Jackson Street for 7 years. As a teacher who is constantly striving to put students first in every possible way, I would challenge you to do the same. Pause your busy brains for a moment, put aside the politics, the potential money complications, the possible relationship challenges, and just for a moment put the students first. Try it. Jump into the sparkly rainbow shoes of a kindergartner or the oversized hoodie of a 5th grader. At a minimum, every single one of these students in Northampton Public Schools deserves a space to learn where a teacher knows them well. They're consistently supported and they feel safe and are safe. Are students getting that right now? Just barely, with every adult working at their absolute capacity all of the time. Yes, we are providing that. Are students going to get that next year if we make cuts? As a very optimistic person, I can confidently say absolutely not. If cuts are made, we are setting the students up for a distressing, harmful, and potentially devastating situation. Will 29 to 30 5th grade students get what they deserve during a tricky transitional year, let alone fit in the classroom? This year, when a student had significant distress and was in a very dangerous situation, competent and skilled staff reliably showed up, and the student and I were both protected. Will students and teachers be safe next year? And which students in particular will be the most impacted? Our most vulnerable students, whose caregivers don't have the means to take them out of the unacceptable situation. And as we lose many students of privilege, what continues to happen to the support and the funding of our public schools? One thing I have learned in my Master's of Educational Leadership program is effective leaders confidently hold the vision of what is possible, even when it seems challenging or impossible. They take steps toward that vision and inspire others to follow. The school committee did this when they voted for a level service budget. As leaders, they were holding the vision for the schools where at a minimum, teachers know students well, students are consistently supported, and students can feel safe and are safe. Today is your chance to do it again. Are you going to be leaders and confidently hold the vision with all of us by opting in and providing the city council with options to take steps forward in providing a level service budget?
That's time, if you could finish your sentence.
Yep. Are you going to opt in and say, we know you need the tools to support the schools and we trust that you will do it thoughtfully and creative? Or are you going to back down now from the previous decision, taking away what will be the only options to follow through with a level service budget? Please opt in.
Thank you. Next in the room is Brittany Walsh.
My name is Brittany Walsh, and I'm one of the tiered support specialists at Bridge Street School. Tiered support is so much more than you know. We're behavior support, we teach SEL lessons, we run our anti-bullying curriculum, we provide lunch breaks to our ESPs, who I am in awe of every day and should never have to worry about whether or not they will get a lunch break because of a staff shortage. We are in the cafeteria and recess. We greet students every morning and dismiss them at the end of the day. We know all of the students' names, who their friends are, their triggers, their patterns. We provide breaks outside of the classroom so that students can feel successful. When a student's one-to-one is out, we cover because we know the behavior plans. We've been trained on each student. We know what happens to our school without this. What will we do when the students who are legally mandated to have someone with them all day to keep them safe and there is no one to cover? I started at Bridge Street during the first year of the WINS model as a special education teacher. And as many of you know, that was a very challenging transition for our district. I was hired as the kindergarten special ed teacher, and at the time we had one tiered support specialist and no in-house BCBA. I was unable to meet the needs of my students for most of the school year because I was constantly pulled for CPI calls for students on my caseload. During this period, I was often pulled from my students' instruction time whenever there was an absence because students on my caseload caseload required staff with specific training to meet their needs, and I was the student's one-to-one all day. This was pre-COVID. Student supports needs have increased significantly post-COVID. 82% of the K-5 ESPs at Bridge Street School are one-to-ones or additional adults providing shared support to special education students. Many of these ESPs have needed specific training in areas such as discrete trials, crisis intervention, and the use of an AAC device to help students communicate. They have been trained on student behavior and safety plans so they can keep our student population safe. A sub cannot do what our ESPs do without knowing the students and receiving training. When we don't have familiar staff that have the training required to service students, they will likely not get their needs met. These proposed cuts will hurt our most vulnerable students. 10% of our population has an autism diagnosis. 16.6% of our
That's
population.
time, if you could finish.
Yeah, this is my last little bit. Requires ELL services. 98 students currently qualify for special education, which is 37.8 of our student body. Please don't cut our teachers. Brian is the one who will be cut.
Thank you.
I will not know what to do without him.
On Zoom, Benjamin Spencer.
Hi, everybody. Benjamin Spencer on Rust Avenue in Northampton. I want to thank Councilors Rothenberg and Dubs for bringing the Chapter 329, the Acts of 1987, to the attention of the Council and the citizens of Northampton. I'm glad that they did. After watching the Legislative Matters and Finance Committee meeting from May 13th, it was clear that we were all learning in real time about the opt-in possibility. Clearly, there was a need for this conversation to happen. It seems to me that we need to recognize that our schools are still dealing with the disruption of the COVID pandemic. Finding a way to continue to support all the students in our schools is vital. I would encourage every counselor to vote in favor of the opt-in, and then we can deliberate how to better plan for the next budget year for our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. In the room, Michael Sustick.
Good evening. I'm Michael Sustick. I live on Arch Street in Leeds. I'm a Northampton resident, parent of a student in the Northampton Public Schools. A big thank you to Ms. Busson and Ms. Heather for a wonderful year of kindergarten for my child. I'm also a teacher that was recently pink slipped / involuntarily transferred. With this many connections to the schools and the budget, you can imagine that I have a lot of thoughts, and I do. This evening, I just want to keep focus on our students, though. I can only speak to the students that I see in the building that I work, which is Jackson Street, in the building I would like to keep working at. I'll start with the rising fourth graders. These kids missed most of their kindergarten year due to COVID. I was teaching kindergarten at that time, so I know its effects and how it's affected students. And now, just a few years later, we are, with a 4% budget, reducing 3 sections to 2, making large classes, removing all academic intervention, and maybe worst of all, removing the tiered behavior support. The message is, hey kids who missed 25% of your schooling thus far, if you could just cram in and pipe down, that would be great. This message goes for the rising 5th graders, too, who miss much of their 1st grade and almost all of their 2nd grade, and would be in classes of at least 27 and 28 students. While the rising 2nd graders do not miss formal school due to the pandemic, we are also proposing merging 3 classes into 2. And again, this is without any academic or behavioral support. And this is just one school. I have no doubt that the colleagues that I see here tonight have the same feelings and feel just as strongly as what will be lost from their school communities. I've read about the importance of the fiscal stability in the newspaper, and if that is the choice, so be it. I appreciate it's difficult. But I want to really make sure you understand what is on the other side of that coin, the devastating impacts on the academic, social, and emotional well-being of all our students, and the very real impact on morale within each building for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom, Tracy Culver. Welcome, Tracy. Welcome, Tracy.
Hi. So I believe that the school system in general has taken on many responsibilities that used to belong to the parents. And I think that this needs to stop. It's too expensive and unsustainable. The loss of COVID funds was known in advance. Why was this loss not addressed earlier in the budget planning? You folks are supposed to be smart. My parents were born here, I was born here. My family has paid taxes supporting schools for a century. The school committee is wrong. The mayor is right. Northampton citizens on fixed incomes like retirees and those on disability cannot afford any more tax increases. The schools need to honor the budget that the mayor said is realistic. Please think about those Northampton residents that cannot afford the two $5 million tax overrides that will be necessary if the increased budget is voted in. Northampton schools need to manage their budget just like every other city department and every person. Northampton needs to fully fund the police, the fire, the DPW, etc. I don't understand why this is even in question. Thank you.
Thank you. In person, Paul Johnson Calderon. Are you still here, Paul? Okay. Are there more people signed up at the podium?
Oh, yeah, there's one.
Great. Simone LaPlante? Are you still here?
Yeah. Yes.
Come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Simone, and I live in Northampton up on West Street, and I'm in my third year teaching at Jackson Street School. I want to tell you about a very magical place called Jackson Street School. JSS is filled with the most amazing, loving students, grown-ups, and teachers. I am not only a teacher at Jackson Street, but a former student. I was very lucky to get a student teaching position there during COVID, and then hired as a third grade teacher. When I run into former classmates from Jackson and Northampton Public Schools in general, we always talk about our fond memories there. People genuinely light up. I cannot express what this school and district mean to so many people. Jackson Street and this entire school district has poured so much love into me over my kindergarten through 12th grade school years. Every day I try to emulate the love and education that my teachers gave me. I feel I am successful. I love my job. I give it everything. But unfortunately, I received a surprise pink slip that no one, even my principal, saw coming. With the 4% budget, I will not have a job. Please, City Council, let me repay the love Northampton Public Schools has given me. Please save my job. I would also like to highlight that my first teaching job, which is this job, has not been a walk in the park. There are many unsafe behaviors in the classroom. I have caught many chairs and I have caught many scissors that have flown through the air, and I have done it successfully so far. With the 4% budget, we will have unsafe class sizes. Please ensure the safety of our students. Please do the right thing. Please opt in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Andrea Reber.
Yes, I'm Andrea Reber. I live on Franklin Street, and I'm the grandmother of 2 Northampton High School students. And I would like to speak to one creative solution to this budget crisis that I've heard about, if you opt in. I looked at a chart from the Mass Department of Revenue that lists Northampton's local receipts, which consist of revenue other than property taxes. This includes excise taxes, cannabis taxes, hotel and meal taxes, etc. The chart shows that for the past 6 years, this revenue has been underestimated by millions of dollars. And the underestimated amount for 2023 last year was $5.5 million. Based on the state auditor's third quarter report, it looks like this year will turn out to be similarly underestimated. That seemingly excess money then gets moved into stabilization funds and is not used to pay city expenses. This means we don't need to take money from the existing stability funds or other departments or use one-time money. We just need to use our yearly local revenue, not real estate taxes, to fund our schools. I'm asking the city to stop moving seemingly extra money into stabilization accounts that are already well above state recommended reserves, and to use this yearly local income to fund our schools. I'm asking the City Council to opt in and then approve the budget that the school committee sent to them. This will maintain our current quality of education in Northampton. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, we have about 15 minutes left in public comment. There's still a couple of people on Zoom, but I'm going back and forth. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak? Okay, we'll go to the next person on Zoom, which is Brian or Brandina.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Brian Jersky, live at Blackberry Lane in Ward 1. We have 2 kids that go to Jackson Street, a kindergartner and a 3rd grader in Miss Simone's class, actually. So we've read and heard a few times, and someone mentioned it here tonight, that in nearly 50 years, the city has never had to make a decision like this. I just want to remind everyone that part of the reason we're in this situation is because of a pandemic that we hadn't experienced in nearly 100 years. A once-in-a-century global tragic crisis. Crises like these, that's the right time to spend those rainy day funds that we had. We all know the trauma that led to on so many levels, including how it impacted our kids. The very kids that are now going to be impacted again if these massive cuts happen. This isn't something where we just look at the numbers. This is something we need to be much more creative, much more innovative, and much more strategic about. From what we've heard over the past year, our city has known about this situation for a number of years. Why wasn't some sort of collaborative working group put together between the school committee, the city, school officials, educators, and public? Why wasn't this formed years ago? Where's the leadership there? Or even last year, to meet regularly, to hold multiple meetings, town hall meetings, community meetings, to answer questions, brainstorm ideas, research, and narrow actual solutions. Please opt in so at a minimum, those strategies and creative solutions can be discussed. Thank you everyone for your hard work and time.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Maria.
Hi everybody, my name is Maria Guarino. I'm sorry I don't have my camera on. I live in Florence. I've been traveling back and forth to New York. I go to school at Teachers College, Columbia University, where I study curriculum and teaching. And my focus is on critical disability studies, and from that framework, I would like to offer a brief point. I'm noticing that much of the public comment has been from paraprofessionals, special education teachers, and tiered support specialists. And I was a paraprofessional myself, and I just want to offer that this support is not only essential. I think we often think of that as something that is just for students who we identify as disabled or needing extra help in school. So it's kind of just for a very small portion of students, but it's a racial justice issue. Black, brown, and indigenous students have historically in this country been very overrepresented in special education categories, and so without this extra support, that would be cut, this overrepresentation and the gap between their white counterparts will very much grow. And cutting paras, special education teachers, and tiered supports, it's a disability justice and very much a racial justice issue. And I really worry what this means for Northampton's understanding of a democratic vision that values diversity and access in every sense of the word. And I really think that opting in is an exciting step towards that just democratic vision that I think a lot of us are really trying to realize. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Kira.
Good evening. My name is Kira Henninger. I'm a school psychologist at Leeds Elementary School and have been for the last 9 years. I've written you 2 letters in the last couple of months providing data about the current needs of our students and how the massive cuts will create significant and long-lasting negative impacts on all students and will disproportionately impact our most vulnerable students. I echo much of what my colleagues have shared with you tonight, and I also echo what Maria just spoke of in terms of equity. I urge you to opt in to the legal option that allows the City Council to increase the school budget by any amount up to what the school committee has requested. This is actually not a complicated decision to make. More time is not needed. The time is now. Opting in does not mean you need to increase the budget tonight. You would simply be taking an action to have the ability to thoughtfully consider the needs of the children in Northampton Public Schools as you consider the budgeting needs for all citizens of Northampton. This is a necessary step in the process of our democratic system of government. The decision to opt in has nothing to do with your thoughts and feelings about the current mayor or the school committee members. This is about your responsibility as elected officials. Please vote to opt in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Jarrett.
Next.
In the room as well.
Okay, we'll have time. Next on Zoom is Jada.
Hi everyone, my name is Joella Jada Tarbin, and I wasn't going to say anything, but someone else just said something that really resonated in my heart. First, I'd like to say that I am a teacher, taught actually in Springfield in self-contained middle school, and so I'm listening to all this, and I've been seeing all the movement that's been going on. In some ways, it feels like a blog that's just gone big and big. I'm getting all kinds of notices about what's going on. And all I just want to say is that on one level, I appreciate the democratic process of people getting involved and the kids speaking up and everyone speaking up. I think that's great. I just have to say this. I would appreciate a millimeter of that energy going into what they're talking about in public schooling. I wish that it could also attach to public housing, because there are people in public housing who have children who go to public schooling. That's all I'll say on it. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a person in the room who wishes to speak. Your name and city or town, please.
I'm Emily Wack, and I live in Northampton. I haven't lived here for very long, only like a year. And we moved from Florida to come to a place where there's better education, where I can feel heard and be myself in a school. And now people are telling me that they're going to cut teachers that have changed the way I view education as a student and have changed the way that I learn and frankly changed my life for something that is better than what I could have gotten in Florida. But the fact that you're trying to cut teachers that could change my life and my siblings' life that is going to go to JFK next year, it's heartbreaking, because everyone deserves an education, and we shouldn't be even questioning not being able to fund schools how they need to be funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Sienna Baskin.
Hello. I know we're coming to the end of public comment, and I think so much has already been said. But I just wanted to raise one more issue, which I don't want to end on this dark note, but we are in the era where going to school can be a frightening prospect. We have school shootings and we seem to forget about them until the next one comes. God forbid something like that came and happened in our community, but we do live in this era, and I think it means that it is, for our safety, really important to have every person that we currently have in the schools there to create that safe culture and environment in our schools so that we can prevent those kinds of tragedies from happening. Understanding how difficult this is and how much effort has been put into stabilizing our budget and providing all the services our community needs, that just really tips the scales for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Irida. And if someone wants to speak, raise your hand at the next, when this person is done. Who's in the room?
Hello.
Welcome.
I'm one of the parents. Two of my children are in Leeds Elementary, and my son is in Smith Vocational, and I absolutely don't understand how this is even a question about hiring out teachers when we already don't have enough teachers as it is. I come from a country where we did have 30 students in the classroom, and what it ends up being is there's just not enough time for the teacher to concentrate on all 30 students. There just isn't. So you end up with students who are very good and successful, and students that are not. And that is very unfortunate that we even consider that. So I urge you to opt in on this matter, please.
Thank you. In the back, yes.
My name is Raymond Paquette. I'm a resident of Northampton and a teacher at Northampton High School for now. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I'm realizing, and at the risk of exposing my ignorance, the question you're deciding tonight, is whether to opt in to take power. I can't imagine why you would not make that decision. You can always make the decision to opt in and not use that power, but take it. Maybe there's a reason not to, but I haven't found it. I've been Googling, so thank you.
Thank you. Four minutes left in the public comment period. Is that okay? Okay. On Zoom, Jacob Drew.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Florence, Mass. I have 3 kids in the school system. My oldest child is a child with special needs, and I think this issue resonates for us because we find that we support the town's efforts to improve access. My son uses a wheelchair, so it's close to home for us. So there is money that needs to come from the same pot, I think, to improve accessibility in our city. And there's also money that ultimately comes from this same pot that is vital to support his special education needs and other special education needs of students in Northampton schools. I feel like it has been suggested that those two are at odds, and I don't agree with that. I feel like that is a false choice, and we have been presented an argument that we have to choose one or the other. We have to choose level services, or we have to choose ADA compliance. We have to choose level services, or we have to choose funding for housing that is affordable in the city. I would like to posit that these arguments are meant to scare us towards austerity, and that feels manipulative and wrong. Instead, I think that the city council should vote to extend the amount of time that they have to work on solutions for our budget shortfalls that include all of the very valid and important expenses that we are trying to fund as a city. But why we are making...
That was time. If you could finish your sentence.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more person. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Donovan Lee. I live in East Hampton, but I work here in Northampton. And I just want to talk a little bit about what happens when all these wonderful direct support staff that we've heard speak tonight do get laid off. And that's the direct support care of our students breaks down. As a direct support staffer, prior direct support staffer, I've seen that happen in a private setting of a group home, and that's when the police get involved. And students get brutalized, students get forced hospitalizations. I've seen tasers go off, I've seen people handcuffed. It's really terrible and brutal, and also it's more expensive. What's more expensive? The direct support staff speaking tonight, or a cop who gets paid more than those people, has more equipment, drives an $80,000 car to the scene just to brutalize and force hospitalized children. I mean, really the question is, do you want to pay less now to support and uplift students with direct support staff, or do you want to pay much more later to have over-militarized police responding to student emergencies? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I really appreciate everyone's comments. That's the end of the public comment period. We're going to take a 6-minute recess. We will come back at 8:14. Welcome back to the Northampton City Council. Next on our agenda is announcements from councilors and the mayor. Councilors, Councilor Labarge.
Thank you.
Don't forget to turn your mic on.
Thank you, Councilor. Our Veterans Council of Northampton has notified all the city councilors in regards to the Memorial Day Parade. The procession will be on Monday, May 27th, 2024. And this is the 156th Memorial Day procession in Florence. And this will be held between 9:30 and 9:45 to take place at the Trinity Row, that is lineup. The divisions will be forwarded by email if provided on the registration form. And I think all of us counselors must have that in by now, correct, Laura? Yes. Okay, thank you. So anyways, keep it in mind, May 27th of 2024, we are to locate ourselves, whoever is in the parade, at the Trinity Row Park in Florence. Okay.
Thank you.
Also, too, I have another.
Yeah.
Which involves one of my resident and her husband, who were the co-founders of the Paradise City Arts, which is May 25th, May 26th, and May 27th at the 3-County Fair. And I attend that every year with a couple of my friends in different wards, and the artwork and sculptures down there is absolutely beautiful. So hopefully, if you're available, people will go ahead and support the Paradise City Arts at the 3-County Fair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I did want to make an accessibility announcement. We do have members who have hearing concerns, so if you have your mic on, please speak relatively close to it. You don't have to be right up at it, but don't have it way back here. And then if folks in the audience, if you could use motions to express yourself and limit the sounds, that also helps with hearing accessibility. Thank you. I wanted to announce that the Florence Summer Concert Series runs every Thursday from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. on the Florence Civic Center lawn. It's May 30th to September 5th. And on May 30th, the Northampton High School Band and the Northamptons will be performing, and there will be a Caravan Kitchen food truck. You can find the full lineup at florencemass.com. And my other announcement is that I'm holding some office hours for the budget season. Tuesday, May 21st from 9 to 11 a.m. at the City Council office in City Hall. Thursday, May 30th from 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. also at the City Council office in City Hall. And then Tuesday, June 4th from 6 to 7:45 p.m. at the Lilly Library Community Room in Florence. And that our Ward 5 School Committee member, Ann Hennessy, will join at that time. So I hope you can join. Other announcements? Councilor Maori.
So, I don't know if anyone happened to hear the cascade of bells today honoring the 150th anniversary of the 1874 Mill River flood. There's a couple of more events coming this weekend. The one on Saturday at 2 at the First Congregational Church of Williamsburg. That will be live streamed and in person. It's a secular commemoration program. And it will just discuss the 139 people who were killed, and there'll be some dramatic reenactments. And then on Sunday in Leeds, downtown Leeds, 195 Main, at 1 p.m., the Leeds Civic Association has an event where we will be recounting Myron Day's heroic ride, warning Leeds. And Leeds residents of the flood, saving some lives, but we will be reading the 51 the names of the 51 Leeds victims. My 11-year-old is going to be reading all of the children's names, and Yeah, and we'll have a little music and just, kind of be with each other at that memorial down there. So that's the Leeds commemorative. And then one more is just the repair. Reuse and repair. This is a great event, uniting handy hearts with broken parts. Repair, a free community. It's free. They mend, sharpen, revive, glue, tune up, fix, and more. It's May 18th, Saturday, 12 to 4 at Smith Voke. So, and I asked them what they fixed, and they're kind of like, give us a challenge. Like, it didn't. So why don't you challenge them by bringing something and see what they can do? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Clemmer.
Yeah, well, mine was I was going to talk about the repair, and thanks, Rachel. But they do have scheduled on site include bicycle repair, computer repair, electrical repair, sewing repair, and knife sharpening. And it's indoors at Smith Folk Cafeteria. That's it. Rachel covered.
Thanks.
So.
Councilor Perry.
Yes, it is that time to announce that Summer on Strong is starting May 22nd. So I'm very excited. It's one of my favorite times. So there's going to be music. Everyone can go and have food and whatnot there. Music, the schedule, I haven't not seen it yet, but it'll be out soon. And speaking of music, there's also the Bow Wow Bash, which is a fundraiser for the J. Scott Brandon Scholarship Fund, which is a fund that helps Northampton High School students get financial assistance for music lessons. That is going to be at the Iron Horse, which just opened, on May 24th. So you can get tickets to support that. It's a fundraiser. So please go out, support some music, and support our local businesses.
Councilor Elkins.
I'm always the one that's into the sports, into the sport balls. In this case, it's sport frisbee. The Northampton Girls High School Ultimate Frisbee team won the very prestigious Amherst Invitational tournament, and that gets them a place in the Nationals. And I believe that they're fundraising online. There's a GoFundMe page. And so you might encourage you to take a look at that, although I'm not encouraging, I can't solicit, you know what I mean. We're supposed to be very careful about that. I'm just telling you, it's out there in the world to find. So good luck to the team and the Nationals, and I'm very excited for them.
Thanks. Any other announcements from councilors or committee chairs about their upcoming meetings? Councilor Clemmer.
Thanks for the reminder. Monday, Community Resources will be hosting Rep. Sabadosa, and she'll speak to us about what's going on. It's at 5:30, hybrid and in person here.
Any other announcements? Anything from the mayor? No. Okay. That brings us to presentations and the fiscal year 2025 budget message. Welcome, Mayor.
Okay. Good evening, councilors, and all here, and thank you to everyone who commented this evening. And thank you, councilors, for allowing me to present my fiscal year 2025 budget message addressed to the honorable members of the City Council. I submit for your consideration and approval my proposed $136,903,512 FY 2025 budget for the City of Northampton in accordance with Article 7, Section 7-3 of our charter. The budget is comprised of $121,151,992 general fund combined with 4 enterprise fund budgets for water at $6,945,000, sewer, $6,177,500, solid waste at $632,534, and stormwater and flood control, $1,996,486. This budget proposal represents a 3.45% increase from the current FY 2024 City of Northampton budget that ends with the fiscal year on June 30th, 2024. As we approach the discussion of our city's budget for FY 25, it's essential to acknowledge the global backdrop influencing our local decisions. The world has faced unprecedented challenges in recent years: pandemic, economic fluctuations, significant social changes, and climate emergencies. In Massachusetts, the escalating housing crisis, alarming rise in houselessness, and lack of shelter space, the opioid crisis, and the devastating flooding of the last year underscores broader humanitarian crises and the urgency of mitigation for the climate crisis. These issues and the looming presidential election highlight the urgent need for unity and compassion. These challenges have not bypassed Northampton, they shape our current fiscal landscape. Despite these challenges, Northampton has made significant strides to support those most in need over the past year. Nevertheless, local governments are being met with increasing demands, often in the face of dwindling federal and state support. Our decisions will be crucial in shaping our ability to support our schools, maintain essential services, and ensure a resilient future. Our community has demonstrated remarkable strength, yet the path ahead continues to test us. Fluctuating economic conditions and the end of temporary federal funding that supported our schools during the pandemic presents new fiscal challenges. The upcoming budget, a pivotal moment in our community's journey, reflects a deep commitment to navigating these trying times effectively, prioritizing essential services and education while upholding our shared values of equity and sustainability. As your mayor, I am fully committed to steering us through these challenges. This year's budget is crafted with a clear focus on addressing all of Northampton's essential services within the financial constraints we must operate. This will require difficult decisions, but they will be guided by dedication to our community's long-term well-being. Let's move forward with a spirit of collaboration, ensuring that Northampton not only endures, but thrives. Together, we will work on a future reflecting our hopes and fulfilling our needs in these uncertain times. The City of Northampton's general fund consists of real estate and personal property taxes, as well as local taxes, state aid, and local receipts for services, reserves, and other fund transfers. Local taxes comprise 69.3% of the total general fund revenues. The 2.5 increase to the levy limit allowed under Proposition 2.5 is $1,874,734, and a new growth estimate of $875,000 means the total amount available for new real estate and personal property revenue for FY25 is $78,307,301. Our continued strong local economic recovery from the pandemic and the need to make available more revenue has led us to push our local tax receipt estimates higher this year, while keeping within recent actuals to $2,900,000 for motor vehicle excise, $875,000 for hotel motel, and $725,000 for meals taxes. Cannabis revenue has continued to fluctuate, though unlike the previous 3 fiscal years, where there had been a significant drop from the prior year, in FY24 we are seeing revenue overall track closer to what we received in FY23. For FY25, we estimate revenue to be $736,951. We continue to get the question, where does the pot money go? We heard it again this evening. Since FY 2019, when the city first began collecting cannabis tax revenue, it has gone into the general fund to benefit all city and school services. This year, state aid sits at 14% of the general fund and is estimated at $16,874,752 based on the cherry sheet from the governor's budget. When the assessments charged to the city from the state are calculated, the overall net increase from the state for FY25 is 1.37%, or $151,121. Local receipts charges for services are 11.89% of operating revenue and are estimated to increase by $920,808, or 6.83%. This is primarily due to an increase in the largest portion of these receipts, the Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School out-of-district tuition. The non-resident student tuition for regular and special education students passed through to the school is increasing by $509,871. The per-student increase from $20,076 in FY24 to $20,847 in '25 is set by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, DESE, and it is estimated that Northampton students will make up 20.1% of Smith Voke's student body next year. The remaining two sources of local receipts are parking funds and ambulance revenues. The parking fund comes from meter and garage receipts, projected to increase this year to $1.28 million, but it still remains below pre-pandemic levels. These revenues are used to fully fund parking staff salaries, benefits, and the operating and capital costs related to parking enforcement and maintenance. Ambulance revenues estimates have also been pushed to $3,100,000, a 10% increase from last year. This year's budget season started quite early with our new superintendent of the Northampton Public Schools, Dr. Portia Bonner, delivering her first few budgets to the Northampton School Committee on December 14th, 2023. She did so at my request in the FY24 budget, as I wrote, quote, "I have asked the new administration for a plan with additional spending reductions by for FY25 by December 2023, earlier in the annual budget process than usual. It will be challenging, but I look forward to working closely with Dr. Bonner and the school committee on this plan to return to consistent and reliable funding that the fiscal stability plan has afforded schools and city operations," end quote. This request came when I proposed and the City Council approved the one-time use of $1.2 million of fiscal stability plan funds as part of a 2 fiscal year plan to balance the school budget and return MPS to fiscal stability. The one-time stabilization funds allowed for reductions for MPS's $2.3 million deficit to be spread over FY24 and FY25. In the previous fiscal year, FY23, MPS continued to rely on a significant portion of reserved school choice funds for recurring expenses, even though the incoming revenue varies year to year and has generally declined since 2016. The school choice account receives incoming tuition for out-of-town students choosing to enter the district and functions for MPS as it does for other districts as a reserve or stabilization account. Before 2019, tuition coming in would not be utilized until the following year to ensure that the fund was not overspent and that a reserve was maintained. However, 2019 began a trend of using more school choice funds than were received for recurring expenses, spending down the reserve, with FY23 seeing more than twice as much going out as came in. The 3 school business managers and 1 interim business manager that the district has had since 2021 have all flagged this practice as headed for a cliff that would not only leave the account that had held as much as $4 million empty, but would also create a deficit for the district. In FY23, to balance these increased expenses and needs in the schools, an additional $109,000 was cut from other city departments and allocated to MPS during the school budget process. The school committee then voted an additional $250,000 to the budget to cover the increased costs of the bargain contracts instead of making reductions to balance the budget. At that vote, I expressed to the school committee my concern that approving $250,000 beyond the identified recurring revenue would compound into a larger deficit, and that, quote, "I can't in good conscience support something that I don't know is sustainable. It would be irresponsible, and I have a responsibility to the students, the district, and the city of Northampton. And I cannot support something that I know will create a situation that undoes years of work to stabilize the school budget and to create security for the people who work for the schools and the city and the needed services for the people and students of Northampton," end quote. These increases, without accompanying revenue growth, were combined with the use of one-time federal elementary and secondary school emergency relief ESSER funds for recurring and growing expenses. MPS received a total of $5.8 million in federal pandemic relief funding, and the last round of ESSER funding ends on September 30th, 2024. This has created the ESSER fiscal cliff this coming fiscal year that districts across the nation are experiencing. NPS enrollment has declined by 7.5% since the 2019-2020 school year, a trend also seen throughout Western Massachusetts. Meanwhile, NPS has increased staffing by a net of 47 positions since FY 2020. Additionally, the school committee and the Northampton Association of School Employees, NACE, negotiated significant salary increases in contracts ratified in 2019 and in 2022. Laudable reasons were behind all of these choices. Nevertheless, because of the excessive reliance on non-recurring revenues on top of stagnant state aid despite rising costs, they have contributed to the $4,777,531 deficit in the Northampton Public Schools. This heartbreaking math is the reality, even after a promised 4% increase for FY25, and having already received the highest consecutive percentage increases in 2 decades over the prior 2 years. As mentioned, we had a $2.3 million MPS deficit in FY24 that was partially closed with a one-time transfer of $1.2 million from the Fiscal Stabilization Fund. One-time money cannot resolve a deficit caused by insufficient recurring revenue for recurring expenses, which is why the state's Division of Local Services Financial Management Resource Bureau, the FMRB, recommends that, quote, reserves should be used to fund unanticipated or one-time costs rather than to regularly fund operating expenses unless provisions are made to replenish the reserves, end quote. If systemic deficits are not addressed, the deficits grow and the reserves get depleted, as has already happened with the MPS School Choice Fund. In turn, the announcement last year of my proposal to transfer stabilization money to MPS came with a call for a subsequent, quote, plan with additional spending reductions, end quote. NACE contributed to the press release with the president stating, quote, we are eager to work with her, the mayor, to advocate for increased state funding for education and to make any necessary adjustments to the school budget without sacrificing the quality of education our students deserve, end quote. Our new superintendent, Dr. Bonner, commendably rose to this challenge and produced a first view budget within just a few months of joining the district. Her presentation kicked off a challenging conversation in our city. However, the shock of how large the deficit has grown seems to have left little room for substantive discussion of the structural issues. Despite the additional months to work on the budget and strategize ways to address the deficit, the school committee passed a budget of $42,805,908 that, instead of reductions for the $4.77 million deficit, contained increases. This amount is $6,240,161 more than the FY 2024 base appropriation, or, in other words, a 17% increase over the budget last year, without including the $1.2 million withdrawal from the Fiscal Stabilization Fund. I believe it is the largest proposed percent increase for a public school district in the Commonwealth. As mayor, in accordance with the charter, I am, quote, responsible for the efficient and effective coordination of all activities of all agencies of the city, end quote. And it is my responsibility to submit to the City Council for approval a proposed operating budget for all city agencies, which includes the 2 school districts. It is also my legal requirement to produce a balanced budget. This is an exceptionally challenging budget time. It is one in which the City Council has been asked to participate in ways and to make decisions on the MPS budget as never before, as the City Council is not the body elected to make those specific decisions on the operation of the schools and does not have the benefit of information or the legally mandated training that a school committee does. Once again, I will repeat my annual lament about the significant part that state funding plays in our school budget issues. Northampton's Chapter 70 funding aid from the state has grown very little over the last 20 years. Meanwhile, required net school spending, which is the metric determined by DESE for the annual minimum, including Chapter 70, that a district must spend on schools, has increased. Since the mid-1990s, Northampton has contributed more than the state required amount, and that amount has steadily increased, even as the portion of Chapter 70 aid has steadily decreased. In FY 2004, 20 years ago, the city spent $3.5 million, or 16.5% over the required net school spending, with Chapter 70 representing 27% of the actual spending total. In this year, FY 2024, the city spent $11,381,950, or 31.6% over the required net school spending, and Chapter 70 now only makes up 17% of that actual spending. This year, many other districts joined us in the status of a minimum aid community. All across the Commonwealth this year, communities are having similarly difficult conversations about the fiscal cliff impacting their school budgets. While I do not wish this hardship on any other district, I am hopeful that together we can raise our voices and move the Commonwealth to open Chapter 70 to address some of the structural issues we face in school funding. I also call on the state to address another significant funding challenge for Northampton, the unfair funding formula for charter schools and its inadequate mitigation reimbursement from the state. The city covers the charter school sending tuition assessed by the state and holds the Northampton Public Schools budget harmless for it. This amount is projected in the governor's budget to be $2,968,769 this year, while the charter mitigation reimbursement is $499,659, leaving the net loss of tuition revenue that needs to come out of the general fund at $2,470,110. In school choice, there is a net positive on out-of-district students who choose Northampton's public schools versus Northampton students who choose to attend another public school district. Revenue for students who choice into MPS goes into the MPS school choice revolving account, while school choice sending tuition is paid by the general fund. In FY25, the general fund will lose a projected $654,205, and the MPS school choice revolving account will gain $1.1 million. While I would love to be able to fund every department to its aspirational levels, the reality is that municipalities are greatly restricted in the revenue they have available to fund all services needed by a community. Every district, department, or division could use more resources. It is a mathematical impossibility, and I have a sworn responsibility to support all the services of the city. In FY25, this FY25 budget that I am recommending to the City Council has an 8.5% increase for the Northampton Public Schools over the base budget last year, and is a 5.01% increase over the total appropriation last year when including the one-time $1.2 million from the Fiscal Stability Fund. This $3,108,088 increase over the base 4% increase last year includes a second withdrawal of $1.24 million from the Fiscal Stabilization Fund, which is now recommended to be rolled permanently into the base of MPS's annual budget. To do so, recurring revenue will need to be secured for the coming fiscal years, or it will again create a deficit. Additional funds that I am recommending to be added to the MPS budget are realized by reductions made to other city department budgets and to some present and future financial liabilities and obligations. As noted earlier, other funds being directed to MPS are being generated by being less conservative while still informed in our estimates for our revenue projections in FY25. This will result in less undesignated funds at the end of the year and therefore less flexibility. By doing this, we are taking some risks that if these revenues come in lower than expected, we will need to make mid-year cuts or pull from general stabilization funds. We are doing it because we have heard, as we did last year, that the extent of the cuts needed to align with the fiscal reality of the converging deficits in MPS would be too challenging. We are further supporting the Northampton Public Schools by decreasing the annual transfer from the general fund to capital stabilization by $175,000, decreasing the funds available for capital improvement program next year. As I previewed in the presentation given at the joint meeting of the City Council and the school committees in January 2024, and as Finance Director Charlene Nardi and I have shared with the Northampton School Committee, such a $1.24 million transfer would reduce the Fiscal Stabilization Fund enough to necessitate moving up the timetable for our next override referendum to November 5th, 2024. Furthermore, increasing the size of the base appropriation and adding that 1.24 into the base for MPS increases the need for recurring revenues in subsequent years. Otherwise, it will cause another deficit. To maintain this level of spending will require increasing the size of the proposed override. Our last two overrides raised our total tax levy by $2.5 million each. This one would total $3 million. If passed, the levy and property taxes would increase in FY26. Scheduling an override to coincide with the November 5th, 2024 presidential election will allow for the largest number of voters to exercise their opinion and will save the cost of having a special citywide election. If the City Council votes to put an override on the ballot and the voters of Northampton vote to renew the fiscal stability plan with the additional taxes, then it is imperative that MPS reset and stay within a 4% increase for the foreseeable future, so that a renewed fiscal stability plan will last at least 4 years. This will also give MPS time to set into motion any cost-saving plans that may come out of the current strategic planning process the district is doing with the assistance of the Collaborative of Educational Services. If the override were to fail, more cuts would be needed in FY26. Alternatively, if we were not transfer $1.24 million from the Fiscal Stability Stabilization Fund, and instead the MPS budget held to the 4% increase over the base 2024 appropriation, with the proposed reduction to non-school departments made elsewhere in the budget and the adjustments we've made in revenue projections, an override could be delayed an additional year and it could be kept at $2.5 million instead of $3 million. I've heard the suggestion that we should use other stabilization funds to fill the MPS deficit. There are two kinds of stabilization funds, general and special purpose. Special purpose should have a designated purpose outlined when the City Council votes to create them. We have a general stabilization fund that helps with immediate emergencies, the Fiscal Stability Stabilization Fund, which we've mentioned before, a capital stabilization fund that supports capital projects such as repair and replacement of aging infrastructure, a new climate change mitigation stabilization fund that supports the community's carbon neutrality goals, addresses the city's resilience and regeneration plans, and provides the flexibility needed to pursue state and federal grants, and 4 enterprise stabilization funds that support our water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater and flood control needs. There are some critical points to understand about the suggestion that these stabilization funds should be used to address the deficits in the schools. Again, this is exactly what the Department of Revenue's Financial Management Resource Bureau strongly cautions against doing. The 2 stabilization accounts that could be used for emergency operating expenses are the General Stabilization and the Fiscal Stability Stabilization Funds, the latter of which is funded by planned periodic overrides to cover anticipated costs that rise faster than 2.5% increase on the levy allowed under Prop 2.5. This fund is the basis of Northampton's fiscal stability plan, initially funded with revenue from the voter-approved 2013 property tax override and renewed by the 2020 override. There is no question that the fiscal stability plan has proved its named objective. The average annual percent increase from the general fund for the Northampton Public Schools has more than doubled in the last 10 years since the plan began in 2014. The average annual increase from 2014 to 2022 was 3.8%, with the lowest year being 2.96%. During the 2 years prior to the plan, so that's FY 2004 to FY 2013, the average increase was 1.85%, and it was a roller coaster that had years from -1% to 6.53%. 2 years had negative increases, and half of the decade saw an increase less than 1%. The fiscal stability plan brought continuity and room for growth in staff and absorbed reasonable annual increases for 10 years. 12 years ago, general stabilization was down to $249,000, and the capital stabilization fund held just $4,000. Upon recommended financial policies from the Government Finance Officers Association, the state's Department of Revenue, and the Financial Management Resource Bureau, the city created the Fiscal Stability Plan. The plan, aided by strong economic growth following the Great Recession, stabilized our budget, allowed for growth in the general fund, and supported increased investment in our schools and city operations. We were also able to rebuild the stabilization funds. It took 12 years of careful use of one-time funds for non-reoccurring costs to build the General Stabilization Fund to its current level of 4.8%, almost reaching the minimum 5 to 7% of the general fund target balance recommended by the Department of Revenue. The Capital Stabilization Fund now facilitates a planned capital improvement program to address aging infrastructure and equipment throughout the city and schools. If the stabilization funds are diminished anew, their replacement will again take years to rebuild. Understandably, some members of our community have noticed that Northampton currently has an abnormally large amount of money in our undesignated fund balance, which is sometimes referred to as free cash. Typically, these funds are generated when we either spend less or raise more revenue than expected in the budget, and any remaining undesignated funds remain in the balance and carry over to the next year. These undesignated funds are certified by the Department of Revenue after the close of the previous fiscal year's books and have helped build the reserves over 12 years. Our financial policy states that we shall not utilize the undesignated fund balance to fund the annual operating budget, but that the city shall allocate approximately 33 or a third of its undesignated fund balance towards its reserves, a third towards pay-as-you-go capital projects, and retain a third in the undesignated fund balance to address any unforeseen budget expenditures. The Financial Management Resource Bureau recommends that a municipality generate an undesignated fund balance of 3 to 5% of the annual budget. As the amount of undesignated funds for a given year can't be known in advance, and some may not materialize at all, these are unreliable recurring revenues, and, as with stabilization funds, the Bureau also does not recommend using them for recurring expenses. They state that, quote, free cash should be restricted to paying one-time expenditures, funding capital projects, or replenishing other reserves, end quote. As I explained during my joint presentation in January, we, like communities across the nation, experienced higher than usual undesignated fund balances due to federal COVID relief funds, other factors related to the pandemic, and other singular occurrences. The certification last year included one-time American Rescue Plan Act loss revenue funds, which were part of the city's ARPA allocation and accounted for revenue loss during the pandemic. These funds have carried over to this year, and they are allocated as ARPA eligible use funds for covering the $500,000 of pandemic costs not covered by FEMA, infrastructure utility upgrades, and the Northampton High School road safety upgrades. We will not see high levels of undesignated funds like this again, as federal pandemic relief funds have ended. We also risk lower undesignated funds in the next fiscal year since we have pushed revenue projections to allocate more funds. Most importantly, using one-time funds like stabilization funds for recurring and compounding expenses will create a larger deficit the following year. We are living a devastating and divisive example of this right now, and we must learn from it. We must learn from the experience of overusing the school choice fund into deficit. We must learn from the overspending in FY23, compounding into a $2.3 million MPS deficit in FY24. We must learn from those deficits and the use of the $1.2 million in one-time stabilization and ESSER funds in '24, compounding into the FY 2025 $4.77 million deficit in MPS, despite a guaranteed 4% increase to that budget. One of the areas of concern we've heard centers around the ever-increasing needs and costs associated with special education. Some special education costs only become known after the budget is set or after the start of the school year, and then may have a significant impact on other programmatic areas. There is also a desire to invest long-term in the schools and allow for multi-year planning, especially as MPS must build back the school choice fund that served as their stabilization fund. To address this, I am respectfully requesting the creation of a Northampton Public Schools Special Education Stabilization Fund under Mass General Law, Section 24 of Chapter 218 of the Acts of 2016. Under this state provision, a majority vote of both the school committee and the city council is needed to create the Special Education Stabilization Fund. Once established, a majority vote of both bodies is also needed to appropriate funds from it for annual and unanticipated out-of-district and extraordinary costs associated with special education. Under the statute, the balance in the reserve fund cannot exceed 2% of the annual actual net school spending of the school district. In FY24, the actual net school spending for the Northampton Public Schools is budgeted for $47,417,640. I am requesting approval from the City Council to seed the stabilization fund with $800,000 from the undesignated fund balance. This will allow the possibility of growth from interest in the fund and for an annual appropriation into the fund beginning in FY26, up to the amount of the prior year's Medicaid reimbursement, which has been around $200,000 for the last 2 years, plus any turnbacks from MPS to the city. I appreciate those on the school committee and the city council who, in the last term, suggested that a stabilization fund for schools could assist with the ever-increasing but also sudden and unpredictable nature of special education costs. This Special Education Stabilization Fund will provide investment over time in MPS with oversight instead of one-time infusions of funds that lead to larger deficits. This FY 2025 budget continues the city's support for Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School with a 4% increase for a total of $1,711,626, including Chapter 70. Smith Folks' overall increase is 5%, but as discussed earlier, that is primarily from out-of-district tuition. Benefits and other fixed costs for insurance, which are spread across all departments, continue to be the second largest expenditure in the budget after education. This year, our group medical insurance increased by 7.5%, or an increase of almost $1 million. Northampton continues to cover 80% of active employees and retirees' HMO benefits, which is a significant benefit that comes at a high cost to the general fund. There were also increases of almost 60% for property and auto insurance and 9.8% for workers' compensation, as well as smaller increases for other benefits and insurance, all of which put pressure on the budget as fixed rate increases must be met. The Contributory Retirement System for Employees is a benefit program governed by Mass General Law, Chapter 32, and regulated by the State Public Employees Retirement Administration Commission, or PARAC. In accordance with MGL, PARAC regulations, and government accounting standards, the city must fund this liability according to the funding schedule set by the Northampton Retirement Board. To meet our retirement system assessment, the city's appropriation for FY25 is $7,724,233. Other post-employment benefits, or OPEB, are the costs associated with future liability of providing health insurance for retirees and for their spouses. And this is regulated by the Government Accounting Standards Board, or GASB. The city has worked to increase the contribution to this unfunded liability annually. This year, as one of the cuts to provide more funding to MPS, the contribution to the OPEB trust fund at $200,000 is $175,000 less than last year. While creating their budgets for FY 2025, city departments were instructed to stay as close as possible to a 2.5% or less increase and prioritize meeting contractual salary obligations. Personnel changes with some high-level retirements helped offset bargained personnel services, or PS, increases. Finance Director Nardi and I made multiple revisions to the operations and maintenance, or OM, budgets in consultation with department heads to strip back expenses as much as possible. The most significant increase for FY25 is $342,397 for Information Technology Services, ITS, which covers all IT, telecommunications, and information security for all other departments in the city, the Northampton Public Schools, and the Enterprise Fund divisions. The increases are due to the continued consolidation of all city software into ITS to ensure that the department oversees all compatibility, security, and licensing needed. There are also vendor and user increases and improvements needed to increase cybersecurity and the overall resiliency of the platform for the Northampton Public Schools, as well as efficiency upgrades to improve workflow, ultimately providing cost savings. The new Chief Information Officer, Luigi Ottaviani, is identifying system needs, redundancies, and efficiencies that he will work to address in the coming fiscal year. For the rest of the general government, by city code, an elected officials compensation advisory board must convene, study, and make recommendations to the city council on compensation periodically, but not less frequently than every 10 years. And the previous board's recommendations were in 2014. After the latest reviewed by the board, the previous city council passed it by ordinance, and the recommended increases went into effect in January 2024 and are incorporated into FY25. The Office of the City Clerk has a slightly larger 3.4% increase this year, which is $12,718, to provide for expenses relating to the upcoming state primary election on September 3rd, 2024, and the general presidential election on November 5th, 2024. In its first year, the Climate Action and Project Administration Department, CAPA, has made notable strides in enhancing Northampton's sustainability measures. The department successfully optimized energy efficiency and building management systems and fully restored the city's solar PV installations. Additionally, CAPA has begun evaluating the potential for geothermal energy use in municipal buildings. With the leadership transition to Dr. Ben Weil as interim director and the appointment of Gabriella Fox as the new Energy and Sustainability Officer, CAPA is well equipped to secure grants and advance the city towards its 2030 municipal and 2050 citywide sustainability goals. The departments that comprise public safety have a total increase of only 2%. Northampton Fire Rescue again topped its previous busiest year on record with 9,147 calls for service in 2023. Which is an increase of 9% from the last year. In the same period, Northampton Police Department had 30,207 calls, which was a 6.8% increase. As these public safety calls were dispatched by the Public Safety Communications Center, that department also experienced and handled the same increase in call volume. While they all could use additional staff for increased call volume, the general fund cannot currently support the increases to PS. I'm continuing to watch this closely, and I discuss it in my monthly meetings with the public safety department heads. The Department of Public Works has a 1% reduction across all divisions due to some temporary scaling back in maintenance, capital maintenance lines. The director will use prior year resources that are available due to many vacancies following the pandemic. There are also 2 positions that are not being funded in the budget in FY25. The 4 enterprise funds, water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater and flood control, are mostly level funded and self-sustaining. The reserves in the funds will be used to support the operational and capital projects budgets for each utility. To address the reversal of recycling costs, whereby the city is now responsible for those costs, where previously recycling was a revenue source for the city, transfer station permits will be slightly increased, though they still remain below most neighboring communities. There are no water and sewer usage rates or base charge increases in FY 2025. The delayed departure of Coca-Cola is now planned for this summer, which is backed by the significant and steady decrease in their water usage and the wastewater being sent to our wastewater treatment plant. The base rate fees that were increased last year have proven to have been a wise and a necessary decision, as FY24 saw a significant decrease in water and sewer usage revenue from Coca-Cola. We continue working closely with our federal and state legislators and the state executive offices to push for a sale of the building to another user that will support our enterprise funds. Overall, the 3 city departments that fall under Health and Human Services also have a total percent decrease of 1%. Senior Services, which expanded programming and welcomed almost 400 new members in the first half of FY24, has only a 2.44% increase of $10,822, largely in PS. The Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS, has a 3.3% increase, totaling $42,560. DHHS continues to be exceptional at identifying outside funding sources and reducing its dependence on the general fund, with 55% of its operations currently grant funded. This year, all of DHHS and the Division of Community Care in particular have significantly advanced public health and safety, closely aligning with community expectations. Since beginning response activities and opening the doors of the community space in September 2023, DCC community responders have had over 1,000 successful engagements with more than 360 individuals. These efforts highlight the department's pivotal roles in enhancing community well-being and proactive public health responses. Responding to a recommendation from the Northampton Policing Review Commission report, the DCC has been effectively integrated within DHHS and is serving as a model to reimagine mental health and community safety services through public health. Despite the addition of another community served by the Veteran Services, bringing the total to 12 in the Central Hampshire Veteran Service District, there is an 11.26% decrease in the department budget. This decrease reflects the adjustment to the benefits and insurance lines as veterans have passed, leaving fewer veterans receiving benefits. The Commonwealth's Chapter 115 veterans benefits are reimbursed by the Commonwealth at 75% and potentially 100% for houseless veterans. It is important to note that the level of service provided to veterans is in no way diminished by the benefits decrease, which continues the trend of the previous 7 years. In fact, a part-time position in veteran services is being increased to full-time to assist with demands and the additional community this year. The FY25 Veteran Services District budget is estimated to cost $338,996. Based on population, the community assessments are projected to bring in $201,681 in revenue, which covers 59% of the program costs. The Culture and Recreation Departments actively enrich our community through our public libraries, Parks and Recreation, and the Arts and Culture Department. Forbes Library and Lilly Library both saw increased attendance and circulation, continuing to serve as pivotal educational and community resources. Meanwhile, Parks and Recreation expanded its programming despite weather challenges, and the Arts and Culture Department effectively distributed significant funds to local artists and enhanced cultural events. These departments collectively demonstrate a 2.9% budget increase to sustain and grow their vital community services. The activities of the Arts and Culture Department in supporting programming in both of our downtowns directly contribute to the generation of local receipts revenue for the city by driving traffic to these areas. According to a recent Arts and Economic Prosperity 6 report, the typical arts and culture attendee spends $31.85 beyond the cost of admission per event in a locality. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to all participants in our city's budget discussions. Our school committee members and school community, especially the students, the city council, and every resident of Northampton. Your engagement reflects our collective dedication to our city, and I deeply appreciate the passion and commitment everyone has brought to this discussion. Again, alongside this budget, which includes as part of the order the $1.24 million from the Fiscal Stabilization Fund to offset a portion of this year's school budget, there will be forthcoming 2 additional orders that form my proposed approach to solving our current financial crisis caused by the school deficit spending. One will be an order for the City Council's approval to place a $3 million override on the ballot this November. This approach is a compromise that I believe reflects our shared dedication to maintaining quality education and vital city services amidst these substantial fiscal challenges. The second order will be a request to establish the Northampton Public Schools Special Education Stabilization Fund for annual budget appropriations and additional appropriations only at times when there are unanticipated or unbudgeted special ed costs, which will require approval of the school committee and the City Council. This stabilization fund, started with one-time funds from the undesignated fund balance, will be maintained with an annual appropriation order up to the amount of the prior year's Medicaid reimbursement, which had previously remained in the general fund. As the elected chief executive of our city, I am beholden to the law to make fiscal decisions and required to work within available funds to submit a balanced budget. In this role, I cannot in good conscience cut other essential city services to the degree necessary to balance this budget at the school committee's proposed funding level. As the MPS budget is more than 5 times the size of the next largest city budget, which is fire rescue, to make up their deficit would decimate city services. Additionally, I will not deplete the city's stabilization funds. Doing so would leave us without those one-time funds merely to postpone the fiscal challenges to another year, creating a future deficit too large to manage, potentially jeopardizing the success of a necessary override. Today's $4.78 million shortfall will swell to an overall city deficit of $5.2 million next year if we defer responsibility to tomorrow by filling it with one-time funds today. The use of $1.24 million in the fiscal stabilization funds proposed in this budget is predicated on the replacement of that revenue in the fiscal stability plan. The decisions made in this budget, if the people of Northampton approve a $3 million general fund override in November, will address the current deficit and set us back on a fiscally responsible and sustainable path. Please allow me to thank those who helped develop this budget for this work and for all that they do for the city every day. Thanks goes to Sydney Fahey, who in the months since she was hired has tackled many big projects with great organization, patience, and good humor, including compiling and completing this FY 2025 budget. Thanks to Chief of Staff Alan Wolf, who manages all city issues while supporting the city departments, doing economic development, and working daily to support the values and the priorities of our administration. Partnering with him on economic development is Annie Lesko, who in addition to handling licensing and being the chief copy editor is, as anyone who understands the workings of the city can tell you, the glue that holds it together. Abby Stone, our COVID-19 Economic Recovery Grants Administrator, manages the federal grants we've received and the ARPA Community Recovery Grants we've awarded, and is always ready to pitch in to help on all things and to research additional grant funding for the city. And I want to give very special thanks to Finance Director Charlene Nardi, who oversees and guides the city's finances and financial departments with tireless attention, great skill, and expertise. This budget reflects months of her work, and the city of Northampton is extremely fortunate to benefit from Director Nardi's professionalism and extensive municipal financial experience. I also want to take a moment to thank the city department heads who work closely with me and Finance Director Nardi to refine their departmental budgets to keep within financial constraints while still providing excellent services to the residents of Northampton. The dedication of these city leaders, as well as all other city staff, to the city and its residents is second to none. It is my great privilege to serve with them for the city of Northampton. Lastly, thank you to the City Council for your thoughtful service to our city. This has been an exceptionally difficult budget season and one in which a great deal has been asked of you. I look forward to working with you through the rest of the budget process to answer any questions about this budget proposal or to provide additional information. Respectfully submitted, Gina Shara, Mayor. Thank you. I have one more thing that came in after the budget was set that I would like to announce, which is that I'm very happy to announce that I have additional information that I hope will be accepted as an addendum later. In early April, my team and I had a long-planned meeting with leaders from Smith College to discuss the possibility of establishing a payment in lieu of taxes or pilot agreement with the city of Northampton. During our conversation, my team and I presented some detailed background information about previous discussions and how other cities have successfully brokered pilot agreements with educational institutions. I made clear that while we value Smith's contributions, we see the precedent and potential for a deeper partnership that could substantially benefit our public schools. Smith's president, Sarah Willie LeBreton, who took office just last July, emphasized her need to evaluate how the college can increase its contributions to our community in accordance with its mission and values and in a deliberate manner that accomplishes the most good for the community. And they cited several current challenges which have imposed uncertainty and strains on their resources. And again, I made clear that I continue to push for a sustainable model that moves beyond one-time financial contributions. At that meeting, President Willie LeBreton committed to discussing what Smith could do this year and into the future, and in the weeks since, our offices have continued to be in contact. As promised, just this week, President Willie LeBreton let me know that Smith will be making a significant contribution over the next 2 years. In her email, she wrote, quote, "After careful consideration of resources and because we are invested in the health of the city, I'm pleased to share that Smith College will donate $500,000 to the city of Northampton over 2 years, so $250,000 in each of the next 2 fiscal years. Our decision to offer support at this time is rooted in our commitment to being good neighbors and responsible community members, understanding the significant financial challenges faced by the city of Northampton. This contribution represents an annual increase from previous gifts, underscoring our commitment to partnering with the community. Having spent my first year becoming familiar with Smith's fiscal needs and priorities, please understand that this is the highest amount to which I can responsibly commit at this time." President Willie LeBreton went on to affirm that Smith is very serious about exploring opportunities for collaboration, and I want to publicly thank her and the college for this generous gift, and also for the spirit of collaboration and recognition that Smith is very much part of our community. Unrestricted gifts over the years from Smith College have been very beneficial for projects and expenses, as they are one-time, non-recurring funds that have been for different amounts and are not guaranteed. They have generally been directed towards Northampton Public Schools for capital needs. Most recently, the last gift of $500,000 that was over 3 fiscal years of FY 23 to 25 has been used for modernizing classroom equipment used by teachers and students, and this coming fiscal year for replacing classroom PCs that are over their expected life and towards redesigning the MPS website. Recognizing that operating costs are the focus of MPS because of the deficit and the reason I initiated the conversations with Smith this year, it's my intention to ask the City Council to accept this gift and to earmark its use as planned additional operating funding for MPS at $166,666 for 3 years. So splitting this gift over 3 years. As these are non-recurring funds, spreading this $500,000 donation out over a 3-year period will allow for additional funding for MPS, and 3 years during which we hope Smith will renew and ideally increase this gift. It is also expected that the Strategic Planning Committee will be recommending and the school committee will be implementing identified strategies to increase efficiencies during this time period. Again, although these are not recurring funds, this planned use will limit the risk of creating a deficit. I do want to note that our current discussions around a pilot agreement, similar to previous hopes with legislative initiatives like the Student Opportunity Act or the Fair Share Amendment, represent our aspiration to find external solutions to our budgetary challenges. While we need to continue to fight for more equitable funding from the state and community partners, pinning hope on an imminent windfall will not resolve our current fiscal challenges. I again want to thank Smith College and President Willie LeBreton for being willing to engage in this conversation with me, for committing to further conversations around collaboration and support for the city and specifically for our school districts, and for this generous gift to the city of Northampton that I'm asking the City Council to accept with the plan of using it to help supplement the MPS budget for 3 years. So now I am done. Thank you.
Rather than take questions now, I propose we do the consent agenda, and then we'll go right into the budget discussions where we can ask questions and talk. The consent agenda. Consent agenda contains the minutes of May 2nd, 2024, 24.05B, appointment to Disability Commission for Jenna Perna Elias to fill a vacancy. I received a positive recommendation from City Services. 24.067, an order to appropriate money from opioid settlement stabilization fund for data collection. In second reading, it was referred to the consent agenda on our May 2nd meeting. 24.076, appointments to various committees for referral to City Services. To the Agricultural Commission, Earl Parsons, 137 Mill Valley Road, Hadley, a reappointment. To the Council on Aging, Michael Ford, a reappointment. To the Urban Forestry Commission, Molly Hale, a reappointment. So those are the items on the consent agenda. Would councilors like any to be removed for discussion? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Moulton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Do you need a roll call because of the...
Oh, thank you for catching that. Yes, there is a financial order on this, so we do need to do a roll call vote instead. So scuttle that voice vote, and Laura, if you would do a roll call on the consent agenda.
Councilor Dunn.
Yes.
Councilor Elkin.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori. Yes. Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
And Councilor Rothenberg.
Abstain.
That passes 8 yes votes and 1 abstention. Okay, and now we are on to the financial orders. And the first one is 24.067, an order to approve fiscal year 2025 general fund budget in first reading. So I have to disclose that I have a conflict of interest as a member of the Pedal People Cooperative, which has a pre-existing contract from before I was elected with Central Services Parking Maintenance. Council Vice President Maori will now preside and has agreed to accommodate this conflict and by dividing the motion. I'll return at that point after the motion's been divided to participate in the discussion about everything else that's in the general fund. I also have a financial interest in the decisions that are made regarding the Locust Street Transfer Center, which is part of the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, so I'll be recusing myself for that item as well. So, Councilor Maori.
See you
Vice
later.
President Maori.
We'll miss you. Okay. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to put the FY 2025 general fund budget on the floor for discussion. A reminder, this is not a motion to approve the order. It's a motion to put the budget in its conceptual form on the floor for purposes of discussion.
So moved.
Second up.
Okay, so Councilor Elkins made the motion. It was seconded by Councilor, was it you, Councilor Labarge? Okay. And all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so no nays. So now I need a motion to divide the question, to separate out the central service parking maintenance budget that has a Pedal People contract from the general fund. So
I'd move to divide the central service parking budget from the discussion.
Okay, so motion by Councilor Elkins, seconded by Councilor Moulton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes. So now we can discuss, what we're going to be discussing on the floor is the general fund budget minus the central services parking maintenance budget. And now, the prodigal son may return. There he is.
Thank you so much for accommodating my recusal. Sorry, there's a lot of... Okay. Yep. So we can now begin to discuss the fiscal year 2025 general fund budget with the central services parking, except the central services parking maintenance budget, including questions for the mayor, etc. Councilor Maori.
I just want to name something. It's clear that you're responding to the community, and that was a lot of work. But to get the budget booked this late in the, after the meeting started, kind of does a disservice to council, because the budget season is really short. And if we take no action, if we're not prepared, kind of defaults to the mayor's budget. So I feel like at disadvantage, it kind of, so I both can, it's clear that you passionately were responding and running number, and changing your original proposal. So I get that there was a reason, and my hope is that, we don't, that moving forward, that we will have more time to use this meeting, because we have, luckily we don't vote on the first reading anymore, but the meeting, this meeting, we have the 2 public hearings, and then the vote on June 6th. It's just this means we can't really have the kind of full conversation and utilize this first meeting the way we could. But, so I understand this year. I just hope that next year, we can have more time.
Sure, I appreciate that. So the budget was due, so you tend to get it on the day that it's due. So last year, you got it on the day before the council meeting, because it was due the day before. This year, how the calendar fell, the day it was due fell on a council meeting. So often, you might get it before, earlier in the week, because the meeting's on Thursday, but the date falls earlier. So I'm sorry we couldn't get it to you any sooner, but this is the day that it is due, and actually, you always get it on the day it's due. And we used to get it on our chairs, Councilor Barger, I don't remember. I feel like often it would be here when you would come into the meeting. So I would like to get it earlier to you, but this is unfortunately how long it takes to get this put together and get it from the printer, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
And I'll note that, we can work together next year to make sure that this doesn't occur by potentially changing the date of the council meeting.
Okay.
Councilor Labarge.
No, I was just going to ask the mayor, because I do recall we used to get the book, say our city council meeting on a Thursday, like on a Tuesday.
If it's due on that day, yeah.
Right. But I think you did state, if I had heard from your office the other day, that apparently there was a problem at Paradise Copies with the printing.
Paradise Copies did a fabulous job. It's just, I don't want to say that they did a great job. It's just, it's a process, it takes time, and so it's rarely available before the day that it's due. During the pandemic, you remember, I actually drove it around to you all when it was the day that it was due, and came from Mayor Narkowitz. So
that makes me feel happy about Paradise Copies.
Yeah, no, they did a fabulous job. It's just, this is, it's a big project to put together with a lot of last minute changing things, and so you're getting it as you always do on the day that's on the cover of the book.
Thank you.
Councilor Elkins.
I just wanted to say there are a few things in here. I'm very pleased to see the Special Education Stabilization Fund. And the plan to seed that and keep it funded on a recurring basis. I want to give a shout out to former Councilor Foster, now Foster Cannon, now Member Foster Cannon, who hates being called Member Foster Cannon. I recall her speaking about this idea very specifically, and I had to educate myself on what it was she was talking about, so I was very glad to see that. I also want to say I'm incredibly glad to hear Smith stepping up. What tremendously good news. It seems like the council has a choice here in terms of the override and what that means. Could you talk a little more about what happens, just sort of the difference between what this looks like if we do put the override on the ballot and if we don't, and then what happens if we were to put an override on, what would happen if it failed? That's a lot, sorry.
First, I jumped up before because I also would like to thank Member Foster Cannon, but I also want to recognize Meg Robbins, who had brought up this point as well in the last term. So the council always, the council needs to vote whether an override goes on ballots. The council always has that choice. And as I said, if you chose not to, then if you chose not to and then reduced the school budget from what I presented to 4%, then we would not need an override until the following year, and it could be a $2.5 million override. If the budget was not reduced, then obviously there'd have to be cuts.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for that very detailed presentation. The question I have is about the $1.24 million use again from the Fiscal Stabilization Fund for the school budget. So this is now a second time use of that amount, fiscal stability. The difference this year is that you're proposing that it become a part of the base budget. Correct?
Correct.
And that was not the intent last year.
Last year it was a one-time use.
Right.
So this year would be rolling those additional funds into the base. So then therefore increasing the base, which means we have to find those.
With the expectation that in future years, that money come from a recurring source.
Yes, so an override.
Yes, hence the override.
In November,
so it's not an expectation on your part that we will keep sort of backfilling with 1.2 or whatever number $1 million it is from fiscal stability.
No, we can't. I mean, again, this will continue to compound this problem. So every year that deficit will just grow larger if we did that. So this would be rolling it into the base, but then we would be generating recurring revenue to support that additional $1.24 million.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go. Yeah, I very much appreciate how much you worked to find more money for the schools. It's such a challenging situation, and we're still facing that significant gap. And I do have a couple of questions related to that. We heard a lot about the impact of COVID, throughout the school committee's discussions tonight as well. Is there a place for still understanding, as we're coming out of the pandemic, to add additional one-time funds with the understanding that they will need to be reduced, like the temporary positions, just simply to address the ongoing effects of the pandemic? The first question would be that.
I mean, I think you are identifying the issue, which is that if we did that, then the next year there would be a larger deficit. So you would have to figure out how to address that. Mm-hmm. So either you would have to say, okay, for this year, but then absolutely next year, there'll have to be those reductions. Or you'd need to come up with an additional plan to fill that revenue.
Mm-hmm. Which then brings to the I share many constituents' concerns about students, leaving the district potentially due to cuts, staff cuts, we should say. I mean, the amounts are actually increasing. And you mentioned, there's an upcoming strategic plan that's considering long-term cost-saving measures. Do you anticipate those long-term cost-saving measures to essentially help us have a 4% increase in the future? You wouldn't see that that there's any place for temporary funding expecting cost-saving measures.
So I think, if I understand your question, I think that whatever comes out of this strategic planning process, and it's not known at this point. So it could come up with they're looking at all sorts of different things, whether whether it's reducing the number of buildings or changing the buildings we have, or whatever comes out of that. It could could result in some sort of savings down the line, but I would anticipate that this will be something that will take at least a few years, right? There won't be, I don't believe, well, I don't know, I can't say, but I'm not sure that there will be sort of immediate solutions that come out of this process. It's more of a planning, medium to long-term planning process, I would think. But again, it could be determined that something needs, that something needs to happen more quickly, and that the school committee agrees with that, but I don't know.
Thank you. And then if you could explain, I feel like you explained it in here, but the need for budgeting the way that we do, the need for, on average, having that 3 to 5% extra at the end, and how much of that extra funds our capital needs. Some of it, you explained, funds are stabilization funds, and make sure that those balances are sufficient. But that paying for our infrastructure, if we did not have that on average, that surplus, we would not have the money for one-time capital needs. Is that accurate?
Right. So our undesignated fund balance gets divided, right? So a third of it then gets divided. You take a third, and that third gets divided into the stabilization funds. Then another third of it goes to pay-as-you-go, kind of more immediate capital needs. So in terms of capital, that's the way that those funds help, fund capital projects, both during the year and then in the capital plan and in the capital planning process. Do you have, so your question was?
If we didn't generate that, we would have a hard time funding our capital needs.
Yeah.
Deferring maintenance even further.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be able to add to our capital stabilization. We wouldn't be able to do sort of the during the year capital projects that we fund with undesignated funds, and we would just push sort of maintenance farther down the road to more deferred maintenance, which, as we always know, ends up costing more at the end.
Thank you.
Did you want to?
Is there anyone who follow up to that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to talk about the fact that how much we used before.
So a follow-up to that is, don't we also, when we get matching grants, don't we kind of need, don't they look at our, I know they look at our bond rating, right? And maybe in our reserves or our funds. In other words, to secure grants and get matching grants, we need to be able to match them.
Yeah, it's
another use of them.
Yeah, it's less about, for matching grants, it's less about our bond rating and more about we need the funds on hand to match, or we need to be able to put enough money into the project or have the project already started. So they talk about a shovel ready. So we need to fund design and have a project ready so that when that grants come out for those specific things, we can go after that funding and we can start right away. And that's usually what grant, especially the state, looks for is shovel-ready project, and that takes funding and investment from the community.
Thanks.
Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet?
I haven't.
I think you asked one question, but if no one else wishes to speak, go ahead.
Thank you.
Councilor Labarge.
I want to thank our finance director, Chardine. I've called her after we had our meeting on that Monday with great concerns with what I had heard from our assessor, Tom, about, yes, we could use, the sustainable financial funds if we wanted to at a one-shot deal. Chardine, you spent a little time with me on the phone going over all this. And a lot of people didn't realize what was going on here. I either. When you emailed me and shot it over to me, it really opened my eyes here of the deficit we're in with the public schools. When I asked about the use of our funds, sustainability funds, and hearing what I heard from Mr. Scanlon, you explained it very, very thoroughly of what would happen here and why it happened. And we never heard, or probably a lot of people, of what you had stated in here. You had stated to me, which was very, very important. We know that the mayor did use 1.2 million of reserves with the agreement. That's the biggie right there. With the agreement of a 2-year plan with the school committee that they would make adjustments to bring the budget down, and in an inline with the 4% of the physical stability plan. And some of the people I talked to, which I told them that you had told me about this, they didn't know that there was an agreement to work with the mayor and the school committee of that plan being in place. So my question is, hearing this, and that plan apparently was going to be put in place because of that 1.2 million that we had given to help them. Why wasn't that plan put in place? Especially if there's an agreement.
So tonight I quoted actually from I talked about this pretty extensively in the budget message last year, and quoted from it this year. So one of the things that I asked because the city council also voted to use that $1.2 million.
Exactly.
When we did that, I asked that the budget process on the school side start earlier. So I even knowing that there was a new superintendent, and that was a pretty big ask of someone just coming into the district, I asked that we start this process in December, which she did. Dr. Bonner produced a first view budget in December, which did have some cuts in it. I mean, not enough to close the deficit, but it had some cuts in it. But from that point, there wasn't a lot more kind of strategizing or discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Could I ask a question of you?
Sure.
There are lots of people who could answer the question, but I just wanted to ask it of you. When we talk about a school deficit, is that coming from, do we have a policy in place that the budget kind of stays in its current form, and every year the template kind of rolls over, and so we consider that a school deficit? And I guess to frame my question a little better so that you can help me understand. When we are talking about the beginning of the year budget process, and we're looking at a mayor coming in with her budget, and school committee also makes their budget. In our process right now, it all flows in under the mayor, that she sort of puts forward a budget, the committee makes their the school committee makes their recommendation. But, you know, the way our government is set up, the school committee manages this almost like half of our government, in the sense that the mayor's managing all these city services and the school committee's managing the schools, and they both take almost an equal amount of our resources. And so I'm wondering how we got to the place where the schools ended up with a smaller piece of the pie than they said they needed. And now we always call that a school deficit. But that seems like an artificial construct to me, because it just seems like you could divvy up those two pies differently. So I'm wondering if you can help me understand maybe something about our financial policy that makes that sort of a default position, since I'm new here.
Sure. I mean, I think that looking at all of the needs of all of the city departments, and it would the needs of the schools in this case have risen quite a bit to maintain level services, and the other departments are increasing by a smaller amount. So that's one.
But weren't there, I mean, do we actually have that data to show that we didn't just shortchange how much we gave the schools continually, and that has contributed to what we consider a school deficit, that we've just not adequately leveled out that pie for what they need? I mean, I feel like what I'm understanding, trying to follow all the complexity of what I'm learning, is that part of the reason this number for the schools seems so big is because we have funded it with a lot of soft monies, or not always given it the funding it's need, and we've just sustained this underfunding of it, and we call that a school deficit. Now, of course, there are rising needs as well, and that's also true of any department in the city, and I think you're also probably right that and sometimes there are disproportionate rises to the needs, and there's been changes of laws and changes in the ways that we educate. But I really struggle to understand what is tying our hands to call this a school deficit rather than a sort of an inadequate division of the resources to manage these two branches of our government and a sustained underfunding of one of them. Is there a policy that requires that? Are we following some policy?
Well, I would turn that to Finance Director Nardi, who's very familiar with our fiscal policies.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Councilor Rothenberg is asking, is there a particular fiscal policy that
requires us to carry over an underfunding of the schools rather than resetting it and just putting an end to this deficit? I mean, why do we carry forward this assumption that the schools every year will be, the pie of the city resources will be divvied up the same way, and that the schools will always carry forward this deficit?
So the structure of the government is that the schools are a department of the city, just like all the other departments, and they are treated the same as the other departments in the sense that they have to fit within the fiscal constraints that the city operates under. So therefore, all of just similarly, like if another department was suddenly had expenses that were too high, the mayor would sit down and say, but we need to stay within this budget range in order to fit within the fiscal constraints that we have.
So where does that range come from? Why is that not set anew every year? It seems like it's carried
set
over from year to year.
It's based on the tax revenue that we are allowed to get every year. I mean, how much more taxes, and I apologize, I'm having trouble seeing everybody.
I'm sorry. I feel like my question
it's not your fault.
Yeah.
So our revenue, our expenses, the first thing you do is you look at how much revenue you have, and that's what we do every year. And then the first thing the mayor does is gives the percentages to the schools so that they can figure out their budget.
I guess that's my question. Where does that percentage, that assumption of what the schools are going to get, come from? I understand there's a cap on the overall pot for the city. I don't understand why there's an assumption about how it's divvied up between the school committee where does that presumption come from between the mayor's running of our city services and the school committee's running of the schools?
Well, I think it's the fact that we have a limited fund, so she gives them a higher percentage and then keeps everybody else lower.
Okay, so there's no policy, I guess, is the answer.
There's no policy that says you'll use 4%, 3%, 2%, but we are capped at 2.5% for Proposition 2.5. So we know what our increases are for revenue, and therefore we give the largest pie to our schools, and then we use the rest of that for the city departments.
Okay, and so it's just at the discretion of the mayor every year?
So prior to the fiscal stability plan, this is, over 10 years ago, but I believe that sort of every department, including the schools, would be given sort of a percent. Now, since the fiscal stability plan, the schools are guaranteed a higher percent, and then the rest of the departments are kept to a lower percent.
Is that the policy?
Guaranteed
I'm asking, when you say fiscal stability plan, is that the name of our policy? Is that financial policy?
There is a financial policy that goes with.
So I'm just asking, just before you continue explaining, because I'm interested in this explanation, is what you're about to explain to me a policy that we are following?
It is a policy of the fiscal stability plan that, since it has been enacted and as long as we have overrides that fund it, that it guarantees a certain percent increase for schools. So I have personally guaranteed a 4% increase. For the previous 10 years, it was not less, well, one year was 2.98%, but it was generally around 3 to 4%, but I have guaranteed a 4%.
As a minimum? Is that what you mean by guarantee?
Yes, start with 4%, even though, as Director Nardi said, we can only increase the levy by 2.5%.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jarrett, I assume we're not taking questions from the audience or further public comment, are we?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Does anyone who hasn't spoken from the council wish to speak?
I'd like to make a motion to recognize Member Stein. I see his hand is raised.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made by Councilor Rothenberg, seconded by Councilor Maori Labarge.
Yes.
Let's do a roll call vote on recognizing Member Stein.
Councilor Elkin.
No.
Councilor Jarrett.
No.
Councilor Clemmer.
No.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
No.
Councilor Perry.
No.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Of course.
And Councilor Dobbs.
Absolutely.
What is that?
4 yeses, 5 noes.
Motion fails. Other questions?
General comment whenever we're done with questions.
Yep. About questions or comments? Yes. Councilor Clemmer.
It's kind of a question and a comment.
Could you turn your mic on?
Thank you.
And my video too is not on, but I got booted again. Just looking over all this, I see that the number of students in the school has gone down, I think 9% over 10 years. I don't know if that's the right number, but I'm just curious why, with less students and more money, there's still a huge deficit with the schools. You would think, you're supplying a service to less people. Why, and they say they need more help and more funds, but there's many less students. So could somebody just clarify what the issue is? Or
I apologize that I did not hear all of what you were saying because I was moving the podium.
moving podiums.
But it sounds...
In a nutshell, I could. Just that the number of students in the school over the last 10 years has decreased by, 7% or 9%. And, but they're getting much more money now, and I know that there's more issues because of COVID and all that, but you'd think at some point it will level out since there are many less students now. So,
I mean,
don't know
I
if it's-
can't answer that. I do, needs are absolutely higher education across the board. That might be a question for Dr. Bonner when she's here for her budget hearing. Since I'm not in the schools myself, working daily, she would be maybe better to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on my vote on not recognizing Member Stein. I feel this is our time to talk with the mayor and among ourselves. There will be public hearings coming up, and of course, at any time, people can send in information to the council as well to answer questions. We have quite a bit of time before we make our final decisions. Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. This is for the mayor, please. A lot of my residents and people I know in the city, and I am asking you also, why has 250 of our students left our schools and going into charter schools or whatever? What's the problem here? Can you help me with that? Because everybody's asking me why. They're not hearing it. They're not hearing it from school committee or other us. And I'd like to know, what is the problem here?
So, I mean, I can't answer that question really for you, but I'm actually not sure that there's more students now in charter schools than there previously had been. There's a chart somewhere that I will find and try and send to you.
I'd appreciate that.
But as you well know, right, we have the charter sending tuition and the impact on the general fund has been a massive issue for Northampton for many, many, many years. Although we don't have a charter school in Northampton, we're sort of surrounded by them. We are a community who is highly educated and is able to sort of access and navigate those sorts of choices. And so some families choose to send their kids to charter schools, or we also have a lot of private schools in this area. So this is something that I often talk to our state legislators about. It is a huge issue for Northampton. One of the struggles, I think, on getting this formula changed or getting some sort of work on this at the state level is that not every community is impacted in the way that Northampton is. There are many communities that have zero impact from charter school sending tuition. We are just very much impacted. So yeah, it's almost $3 million this year. One year, Mayor Narkowitz had, as he talked about in his budget message, put it in a way, and I can't remember what the exact numbers were, but put it in a way that was so striking to me, which was that year he said the amount of money that we have going out in charter sending is equal, I think it was equal that year pretty much to the entire budget for Bridge Street School. So it was the equivalent of one of our elementary schools. It is a huge amount of funding that leaves the district.
Because again today, I heard the same thing again, Meg. Why are they leaving? That's a big question.
They have the choices to do so. But again, I don't think we're at like an all-time high for charter, kids going to charters, but I'll double check. I think there have been times where we had more students who had.
What about school choice?
People choicing in or choicing out of students choicing out of Northampton, you mean? Yeah. These are good questions for Dr. Bonner. I think we do have decreasing school choice. I know we do have decreasing school choice coming in, so meaning less students are choicing in. I'm not sure that we have more choicing out. There are, one of the things that I think is interesting for the strategic planning committee to look at is the impact of other districts making kind of bold choices around their schools and what they want them to look like. So, for example, East Hampton, has a new school.
I saw that.
And I think, used to have more East Hampton students who choiced into Northampton, but now they have sort of a very modern building and different choices. So I think it's one of the things to look at in terms of strategic planning about how we sort of stay competitive, but most importantly, how we best serve our students here.
Okay, also another question is on the giving the pink slips. Is it 40 positions or 20?
I believe it's 20.
It's 20.
Right.
So how many part-time staff, Mayor, are actually going?
So again, this is a question for Dr. Bonner. Those are not things that I'm involved
I did
in.
call the office, and they gave me a list, and then when I'm hearing 40, and I'm not being told that by the business office, okay, that it's
And so
20.
these are also, they legally or contractually have to submit those by a certain time. So
That I knew.
Yeah, so that's why they went out, even before the budget had been set. They had to do it by that time. But I believe it's 20 positions being reduced, but the other 20 are, as you heard tonight, having sort of involuntary reassignment within the district.
I just thought it was very heartful to see that girl crying like that. You know, it was right in her heart of how much she loved her job.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it really, it was sad.
Yeah, Dr. Bonner could answer more specific questions about that.
They did well when I talked with them.
Oh, so you did?
Business
Okay.
department,
Great.
yeah. But I'm hearing 40 positions. I heard that again tonight, and I've been told 20.
And if I could ask a follow-up on that, with this proposed budget, will we perhaps see changes to that, or is that something the school
I would imagine
committee
you
and
would see
Dr.
changes to that, yes, yes.
Bonner-
And
It would be the superintendent and the school committee who will make those choices?
Okay.
yes, and I don't know if Dr. Bonner will be able to come prepared for the budget hearing with some sort of updated information based on the budget presented tonight.
Thank you very much. Mayor.
Sure.
Councilor Rothenberg.
I just wanted to make a comment on that topic for the mayor. We did hear from the public tonight, someone pointed out that the fact that the pink slips go out so early before you've released your budget is really hard on the community when you end up coming to a higher number than you were forecasting at your first look. I wonder if there's a way for that number that you give us at the first look to really be your best offer, not your first offer. I don't think these should be seen as sort of settlement discussions between lawyers. These are people with jobs, and I think we should have an honest number about where you're going to land as early as possible so that we're not sending out pink slips to people that we might lose because they can't keep going through that process of having that stress of being laid off and then rehired all the time. I think we really need to minimize the number of pink slips that go out every year as much as we can.
I agree we should, which is exactly why 2 years ago I said this is, the path we're going down is a very dangerous and devastating path and not one that I can support because I do value people's jobs and what their sense of sort of continuity and stability. I don't control the pink slip situation for the schools or when that they go out. I also couldn't control, I had no concept of what the school committee was going to do with their budget.
I have one last question. You mentioned you're reducing our contribution to OPEB. How does that fit with our required funding obligations that will come in the 2030s at some point? Is that correct?
For OPEB. So no, the 2030 that you're thinking of is for our retirement obligation for active employees. For the OPEB, there is no requirement for us. However, you did vote a trust fund, which we annually appropriate money to. In this instance, we have no requirement to maintain a certain level. So we, in order to meet these budget obligations, we cut that this year, but we will continue to, again, the following year, add the $25,000 to $50,000 per our policy. and we will build it back up each year.
And it's not yet a mandate, but it's
Correct. It's not mandated.
But
at
there's
this point.
some possibility it could be mandated in the future.
And they've been saying that for many years, but yes.
And, I mean, the real question is, will we be able to meet our obligations when they come due? And
Yes.
do we have a sense of that in terms of, we know who's going to retire at this point approximately?
Yep. Yep, we're meeting them as we pay as we go, but eventually, as Tom explained, Tom Scanlon, the whole idea with your OPEB trust is once it's fully funded, once our retirement is fully funded, our active, we will, and like I said, that will be 2030, we will be moving all of the money that now we put towards that, towards our OPEB liability. With the idea that you'll eventually be paying, instead of pay as you go, you'd be paying out of that trust. So the answer to your question is yes, we will be able to do that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Are you planning any operational audits or anything on the city side that would be similar to sort of the strategic planning you're asking the schools to do? Are you entering into any kind of strategic planning to see how you can run a leaner city services side of the government?
I never asked the schools to do a strategic planning process. Dr. Bonner initiated that process and wanted to do it.
I guess what I'm referring to is your request that they stay within this fiscal boundaries. Are you doing anything on your end to see if you can reduce your costs and if you're running as efficiently as you can be?
So as I stated in my budget message, Director Nardi and I went through the budgets multiple times and then made the departments do further reductions to their budgets and scaled them back, particularly in OM, many times.
No, there's no long-term sort of auditing of there's no long-term strategic planning on your end. There's just sort of a year-by-year asking for reductions. No
So
multi-year budgetary
Council
planning.
hires an outside auditor. We also have, as you know, the auditing office in the city. And the rest of the departments haven't created deficits. They have stayed within their budgets.
Okay, well, my question wasn't, on the premise of there having to be a created deficit. I was just asking if you're looking at running leaner. We all know that Prop 2.5 really ties us in, and we have to run a leaner and leaner government all the time.
And just to be clear, we do operate leaner every year. The OM budgets are not increasing. If you look at them this year, they are operating leaner, and we're asking more of them each and every year with less money for those OM budgets. So every year, we push our departments to run leaner. Give us more for less, the same as we ask for every city department.
And I just want to make a comment to the council. I have been checking to see if our auditor has been certified yet by MMAAA. To date, I have not received any certification, and also that our independent, it is relevant because an auditor would be doing this kind of work, and the mayor just pointed out.
We have a point of order raised.
I'm switching topics to our independent auditor. Would that be acceptable?
Councilor Elkins, when you raise a point of order, the councilor gets to speak immediately. Go ahead.
I believe that the discussion that's on the floor is the budget. Any questions of the auditor is simply not relevant to this discussion.
I agree.
I agree.
Can I finish the response about the independent auditor, since that was part of the answer?
Sure.
I just want to note that our independent auditor, unless specifically contracted to do an operational audit, doesn't do that type of work. He just does sort of, you guys all saw what he does when he came in at your meeting. He just sort of sees if you can stay running for another 12 months, sees if the assets you've reported are really there. It's sort of a certification of what's going on, but it's not actually an analysis of whether you're running efficiently. So I just wanted to make that distinction. It could, though. I would be very interested in hiring Scanlon to do that kind of work for us. He has done it from time to time on a contract basis. I think we should explore it.
Thank you. Councilor Elkins, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. Any other questions or comments? You had some.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of, when we get into the public hearings, I'm probably going to talk a little bit more about this, but it's been a really rough few months. I appreciate you responding as you have so far, Mayor. It's a lot to digest, so I'm glad we have more to our process. there's a lot of topics have come up in the community, in op-eds. Some of them are probably important things to review, how we got here, but I'm really hoping as a community we can kind of hit the reset button. Because one thing that all those conversations were doing was changing the subject. And the subject should be, the school, if we're talking about the school, should be the schools and what really, what's the impact on the ground, what will our schools look like with different budget scenarios. So I'm hoping we can use this time, to kind of really get back to compassion, collaboration, and, I'll be looking, as I say, I haven't, I haven't really gone over it. I'll be looking, particularly with the school budget, to see, how it impacts the students, because I think we do not want to add an insult to the injury of the pandemic. And every year, we cannot endanger a year in the life of our school children for anything. That's just not tenable. What that means, we need to talk to the superintendent and have our budget hearings so that will be what I'm looking for. But kind of compromising a year of our education in any significant way is just not the answer. And so I'm hoping we can find the answer together moving forward.
Can I make a quick, thank you, Councilor Maori, because you brought up something that I mentioned to the council president, so I don't know if when you've looked through the budget in the past, the actual information that you have about the schools from, that the schools give to me to provide is pretty scant. It's not a lot of information. It's much less than the school committee gets. We get a budget book. And we can scan that budget book and give it to you. Now, I have to caution, it was created by Dr. Bonner and the business manager based on her first few budgets, so it's not going to match, but it will show you the cost centers, the schools, give you a lot more kind of background information. Since you are delving into this in a way that you don't normally do, I'd be happy to scan and provide you my budget book. Because I don't know if there's very little information that's in here. So if the council would like that, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we feeling ready to bring this discussion of this divided motion to a close? Would anyone else like to speak? Okay.
About the pilot announcement that you made, I think pilot programming, if it were in place, would be closer to $6 million, right? And we're talking about $250,000 a year. Can you fill us in on any discussions around that larger goal in terms of piloting and how that went?
Right, so let me be clear, this is not a pilot. I had asked for a pilot, it was not a pilot. This is another one-time gift over 2 years, which is why I said that I, while grateful for it, have asked President Willie LeBreton to continue this conversation and see if we can come to a place where there is a recurring amount that would be more like a pilot. So, yeah.
And she was receptive to that?
She is, she's a wonderfully receptive person in general. I think she's expressed a lot of interest and warmth towards Northampton and the community and wanting to be a good partner and neighbor in the community in a way that has felt new to me. She has really wanted to talk about, she reached out early, and we've had many more conversations than I'd ever previously had, and wanted to talk about issues that were happening in Northampton, important in Northampton, wanted to talk a lot about housing, wanted to see where our interests and concerns sort of dovetailed and how we could partner on things like that. So I think she is interested. I don't know if we will come to a place where they would do a pilot, but I've made very clear that some sort of recurring annual amount is what really is needed.
Thank you. Okay, seeing that, we'll bring the divided motion to a close. Councilor Maori will take over. And yeah, I will. Thank you so much.
So now we would be discussing the pedal people contract, if anyone would like to. Yes.
Pedal people, doing good work.
Yes. I'll second that.
That was a fun discussion. So then, yeah, there you go. Well, the other thing is, while Alex is still in recusal, does anyone have any comments or discussion around the solid waste enterprise fund, which is related? That's something we have to discuss now before Councilor Jarrett came back.
I would just note, one of the things that Director LaScalia talked about when we had the tour of the DPW is that it sounds like that she's going to be looking at our solid waste in the transfer station and some of the operations there. So is that, and I assume we will hear when she talks perhaps, but is there, maybe this is more of a comment by virtue of the fact that I went to the DPW tour, that I think that we're expecting to see some discussion or anticipating some revisioning of the transfer station at Locust Street and how that all is going to work. So, I mean, as long as this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, that was my impression as well.
Extension cord for Jeremy?
And I think,
Councilor Labarge.
yes, thank you. And I think that the staffing was an issue here. The amount of increasing of overtime. She did state that she was very concerned with the amount of overtime that's being used. And being short still at 15 seasonal positions.
Yeah, good memory.
And I think a resident called me today, and she's a retired police officer, and she said she had a friend that was looking for a seasonal job. I said, call Donna LaScalia. That's the message she told me. Tell him to call her. So hopefully we'll get that filled. One of them.
Any other comments on any kind of garbage? If not, we can welcome. Well, actually, no, one more thing we have to do while Councilor Jarrett is in recusal. I actually need a motion to refer the FY 2025 general fund budget and the solid waste enterprise to finance.
So to refer to finance.
I second it.
Yes.
So who made the motion?
Stan.
Oh,
Dan.
who seconded?
And
I did. Okay. It was like I was totally simultaneous. Did you get that, Laura? Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, no nays, ayes, it passes. So this will be taken up in the public hearings at the Finance Committee.
And when?
May 28th and May 20th.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to announce it earlier till it was referred, but the budget hearings will be May.
It's the 29th and 30th, Wednesday and Thursday.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. 29th and 30th at 6 p.m. Hybrid, in person, and also remote participation. So that's the budget hearings. And we can send more information about those, but, okay.
Now what?
Again, thanks so much for accommodating me. Okay, we have a couple other orders to get to. We have 24.070, an order to approve the fiscal year 2025 sewer enterprise fund budget, and 24.071, the water enterprise fund budget. Why don't we take up discussion of those together? And then they'll be looking for a motion to refer those to finance as well.
I move to refer to finance.
Your mic.
I move to refer to finance.
Second it.
Motion made by Counselor Elkins and seconded by Counselor Labarge to refer Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund budgets to finance. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously if there's no opposed or abstentions. The stormwater, 24.073, in order to approve the Stormwater and Flood Control Enterprise Fund budget. Discussion?
Move to refer to finance.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Elkins, seconded by Counselor Perry. Before we do that, I wondered if you could speak, our recent DPW tour showed the fragility of our stormwater and flood control systems, and if you could speak to the longer-term plan to address this.
Sure. So yes, our flood control system. I think I mentioned this the other day. I have been hearing about this for the entire time I was a counselor. The pump station at the wastewater treatment plant is run by these old PT boat engines from the 1930s, and so. This has been something that we've been working on addressing. This work has been set up in 2 phases. So we've actually, we have funded phase 1, which involved the tanks that supplied the fuel to run these, and they had been underground. We moved them above ground. And we have been working towards being able to fund phase 2, which is the replacement of these engines. This year has really tested us. So the flooding that we had in July, and then we had it again in December, and then recently again, has shown that this is really a critical emergency, that we need to deal with these engines and replace them. We had some close calls, particularly in July, with them ceasing to function and almost backing up into the wastewater treatment plant, or backing up, and then thankfully the rain stopped sort of just in time. So we have been working really hard with actually everyone at every level of government. I've had the climate chief to the pump station. I've had representatives from the governor's office, of course, our state rep and our state senator. We've also had other secretaries look at it and have been working to figure out how to fund the replacement of these engines. We currently have an application for congressionally directed spending for them, and are working on sort of stacking other funding to be able to replace these. So this is one of the sort of the critical infrastructure issues that we have spent a lot of time, particularly in this last year, working on. And we are going to continue, I believe, to see floods like we have. So we've had really catastrophic flooding in this past year. We've had to put up the stop logs, which hadn't been put up, for at least 10 years. We've had to load them at least 3 times this year. So this is really underscored that the climate crisis is not something we need to mitigate for the future. We need to mitigate it right now.
Thank you. Yeah, I really wanted to make sure everyone was aware of how critical our stormwater flood control system is. And is it permissible to use the climate stabilization fund for stormwater, or would that be separate?
No, absolutely, we could use it for that.
Okay.
There's not nearly enough in that stabilization fund to replace these engines, unfortunately. But this is a situation where if we needed to go to design or needed to sort of move things forward in collaboration or in conjunction with other state or federal funding, then I could very easily, I can easily imagine coming to the council and asking to use the climate mitigation stabilization funds to be able to move a project forward.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of referring this to finance, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the stormwater and flood control enterprise fund budget is referred to finance. We have one more budget item, which is 24.074, in order to approve the fiscal year 2025 revolving funds. Discussion or motion?
Move to refer to finance.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Elkins and seconded by Counselor Maori to refer to finance. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And we have one more financial order. 24.075, an order to authorize payment of prior year bill. Mayor or Councilor Nardi, Director Nardi, would you like to speak?
So yes, this is a prior year bill that has to do with the training services that the ITS department utilized last year. Again, the bill slipped through the cracks. They were not aware that it was unpaid. They just got notified by the company that it was outstanding. So I am requesting funds. It will come from the current funds this year.
And it's in the amount of $5,211 to Pluralsight.
Correct.
We can either refer this to the consent agenda of our next meeting or to the Finance Committee.
Move to send it to the consent agenda?
Second it.
Motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Labarge to refer this to the consent agenda of our next meeting. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay, that has passed, and you have a request for a recess?
Recess.
Okay, 5-minute recess. 10:30.
Moving right along.
Welcome back. We are up to orders in the agenda, and we have order 24.064, an order to accept Chapter 329 of the Acts of 1987. This is in second reading. This was referred to our legislative matters and our finance committees on May 2nd. It received a neutral recommendation from legislative matters and a negative recommendation from finance. Often we have the sponsors offer to speak first. I did want to just speak briefly at the beginning to speak to the timing of this order, because I had a part in the reason. So I requested and received a legal opinion about whether this opt-in was required in December. I received an incorrect opinion. It was certainly an honest mistake, but it meant we didn't know the opt-in was necessary until late April. So the sponsors did introduce it as soon as they could if it's to be used for this budget. Certainly for decisions as consequential as this one, I'll be seeking confirmation of future legal opinions. Councilor Dubs or Rothenberg, would you like to?
Thank you. Yeah, we have a video that we'd like to play, if that's okay. All right, I'm going to share my screen.
Making the arrangement to do that ahead of time.
Of course, yeah, I'm going to share my screen real quick.
We're in 4th grade, and next year we're going to have 28 kids in each class. It's going to be really hard for us to have any individual, attention at all. And I feel that all kids should have a little bit of it.
And I'm a paraeducator at Jackson Street School. I live in Amherst. I work as a one-on-one student with a nonverbal student who cannot advocate for himself yet. These cuts are going to hurt the most marginalized students, kids of color, kids that are disabled, kids that are neurodivergent, kids whose identities intersect at all of those points. Part of my job is to help him engage appropriately with his peers, but it's also to help his peers engage appropriately with him, to see his value. And right now, I don't think that you all see his value. These kids are gonna hear about these cuts. They're gonna see that you don't care about kids like him. Brown kids that can't speak on their own, kids that can't learn on their own, and they're going to see that you don't value them, and they're not gonna value him. They're not gonna value kids like him. You need to fund education in this town.
And as many people here said, we need to participate in actively as a community, and that when I mean people who live here, people who teach here, people who work here, in a long-term strategy session, because we have unbelievable human capital. Our paraeducators, our teachers, our counselors are amazing, and I think we have the potential to have more unbelievable schools if we think out of the box. This is a place to do it. Obviously, we're in a systems failure. There are 212 communities in the Commonwealth who are in similar situations. We could be a leader, and I think we could be, we should be, and I think we have it. So I support this going back to the City Council.
Okay, could you stop sharing your screen?
After you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Tonight, I am urging, in fact, I am begging my fellow city councilors to proceed with open minds and open hearts. Although this order to accept Chapter 329 of the Acts of 1987 was not met with a positive recommendation from the Legislative Matters and Finance Committees, it's still not too late for us to reconsider, to do the right thing. It's clear that right now there is much disagreement about whether we can fully fund our schools or not. Some councilors strongly assert that they support and trust the mayor's budget proposal, while other councilors strongly believe that the school committee proposal of a level service budget is within reach and something that we have the responsibility as city leaders to at least consider and discuss. Opting in will merely give us that opportunity for discussion. This decision tonight is not about who is right or who is wrong. To quote a member of the public, opting in does not mean a commitment to agreeing or disagreeing with this mayor's or any future mayor's budget proposals. It simply gives the democratic opportunity for public decision-making where some power is shared by the city council and school committee and not in the mayor's hands alone. End quote. My fellow councilors, deciding to opt in tonight does not mean you don't trust the mayor's budget proposal. It only opens up more avenues for conversation. The children of Northampton deserve it. They're looking at us, the adults, for leadership. And they're expecting us to work together as the people elected to make these tough decisions, to look at all possibilities, to protect our kids. We owe much more to them than to simply say, sorry kids, but we gotta protect that AAA bond rating. At the recent Joint Legislative Matters and Finance Committee meeting, Councilor Labarge stated that opting in would require city councilors to expand our understanding of how the budget works. And I agree with you on that point, Councilor. As a new councilor, I'm not only willing, but I'm excited to put the work in to expanding my understanding of how the budget works. Are you? It's the least we can do for our schools and for our students. If level services funding is at all possible, it's not too late to consider it. But after tonight, it will be too late. And to quote the student that spoke in the video that we played, these cuts would hurt the most marginalized and vulnerable students. Kids of color, kids that are disabled, kids that are neurodivergent, and kids whose identities intersect at all of these points. Which is why we must choose to opt in, to allow ourselves a little more time to try to avoid these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to start by reading Member Hemnessy's statement in full. We tried to get it into the whole video, but we were just not the best video editors. So I'll just read it from the transcript. Quote, Member Hennessy, while I loved all the students, really, what you said, I was actually listening to the students who were not here. Because as Ezekiel Baskin, one of our speakers, said, his theater teacher saved his life. And I think I could name teachers and counselors at our schools who saved some kids' lives that I know. Like Jess R., Miss Jenny Jen, Ed Stone, you know, these are people who've had and continue to have such an impact on our student lives. And those kids aren't as unbelievably confident as our student council and the theater group. My gosh, you guys are so wonderful. So I kept thinking about those kids who aren't here and how I work about this budget. I really value tiered support specialists. I'm a special ed teacher and an economics teacher. So that's really weird, right? But they're both crucial. Obviously, we're in a systems failure. There are 212 communities in the Commonwealth who are in similar situations. We could be a leader. And I think we have it, and we should be. I think we could fix some things in the short run in our community after we have a hard discussion. Like a bond rating, to me, it's easier to fix that than some of the devastating effects of these cuts on our elementary, middle, and high school students. I support sending this back to the City Council, and I know that that's really hard for people. But I do think this is a community discussion around what trade-offs we have to make. And as many people here said, we need to participate actively as a community. I mean the people who live here, the people who teach here, the people who work here, in a long-term strategy session, because we have unbelievable human capital. So I really support this going back to the City Council. And we looked at all of the comments of the school committee members who voted for the level services budget. And it would have been too long to show them all to you here. But if you watched that meeting, if you really listened to what they said, they really wanted to partner with the city, and they really wanted to engage in a long-term planning process whereby they would find how they could be more efficient. And also, the city could find where its community might be willing to give some from the city side of the budget. And they were very responsible and very understanding, and they were all saying that they thought what we could do right now is bridge a gap, short term, and then make a long-term strategic planning process that would bring everything within the bucket that we have and adequately support our schools and adequately support our city. Now, that's a separate conversation. This conversation about the opt-in is really about why would a city council procedurally want to actually be able to consider the school budget as a real number that they could factor in and sort of take from one side and give from the other? Why would we want to be able to have that ability to do that kind of weighing? And I think it comes back to an earlier comment that I made during the budget questions, and it has to do with the fact that the school committee oversees the schools and the mayor oversees the city services. They each prepare a budget for what they think their needs are. The mayor comes to us with her budget, which at this point in time legally includes a school number as well. But essentially, the mayor's the only person who comes to us with what she needs for the city services. And she brings that to us and says, would you please fund this? Would you appropriate money for the things that I say that I need in order to do my job? And we have the power to just say, yes, 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 maybe not so much here, I'm not sure we can afford that one, or maybe this one, nothing. And then we give her the money for her budget. And right now, the only number that we get from the school committee is wherever she has set it. But really, the school committee also has that same process that they're going through, where they're coming forward, in this case to the mayor, and saying, this is what we think we need to fund our services. But under our system, if we don't opt in, that number then gets kind of weighed by a mayor. And as she just said in the budget conversation, it's really at her discretion how big that pot is for the schools. So we're not really, when we look at a budget, we're not really looking at what do the schools need and what does the mayor need, and is there a way for us to make these work? And we believe in both of these authorities to run and operate their side of the government throughout the year, and we want to make sure that they both have what they need. So I think that that's the real reason to opt in addition to addressing some of those systemic deficits that I addressed earlier, where the school can be year after year by any mayor left to just be considered to be running at a deficit when really they may just not be having their needs met. The last thing I just want to say is that I really appreciated public comment here from this fellow. He said, we all want to live in a community where we have healthy, educated people around us. I think that's true, and he was surprised, that we have to kind of fight for this funding here. It's sort of a default where he comes from. We also heard from Arita, who comes from a place where it's quite different, where the schools are not really well funded and there's massive numbers of kids in classes and those outcomes are very bad. So we heard both the promise of what it could look like and the warning about what it also could look like. And I think we're somewhere kind of in the middle, and we want to be getting to a more progressive place where we really are valuing healthcare and education. And I would just note, sadly, it's not only the students that are leaving our district, it's also teachers, principals, and superintendents. And so I really think that is sort of a canary in the coal mine as far as the state of our schools and whether they really are underfunded, and they're really struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors. Councilor Clemmer.
Thank you for the presentation. Councilor Moulton said something at the last meeting, and I agree with that about why is this being rushed so much. And even you, Councilor Rothenberg, at the joint meeting, you said now's the time to pass this, since we trust this mayor to have it in place for a time in the future where we might not trust the mayor. If it's not a rush, if we're not doing it because to use it for this budget, why not wait and do it more thoughtfully? We've all gotten hundreds of emails, a lot of them. It sounds like the information people have been getting isn't very clear and accurate. And I think this is a huge thing, because once we pass it, it takes 3 years to undo it if we can. People have to agree to undo it. So I just think if we do trust the mayor, she gave us a budget, she gave the school committee more than the 4%, and I think we just need to do this more thoughtfully and, in your words, you seem to think so too, that it's rushed, so that's it.
Thank you. Councilor Maori.
Yeah. So I think there's a reason that the state thought it would be wise to allow this and to provide this. The case law, I believe it was Leominster, which this came out of, the plaintiffs had claimed that the mayor's power to recommend a budget for the school committee as part of the city budget deprives the city council of the opportunity to consider and act upon the budget as proposed by the school committee. And this provision is how they resolve that. This is, in terms of being rushed, it's an option, and there's so many hoops to frankly jump through that I really don't understand why not. I don't understand that. This is a tool that we can pick up or not. And I think as a council, I'm confident that we can make that right choice. The budgets are becoming more, they're complex, and I think a more collaborative approach is in order. And it's expected from our community. We, as electeds, we are expected to be involved at this level now. And we can cut the budget. That's our big superpower. So we're involved in the budget. It's just like, what can we do with it? And so if we're doing our job right, we are just as involved in the budget as we would be with the opt-in. It's just that we're giving ourselves more tools, and we're also setting something, some checks and balances in place moving forward, as things as new mayors come and new school crises emerge. So I don't really understand why not to have this in our back pocket or in our toolbox. And I think really looking at the last year or two, we've talked so much about this. It isn't totally on city government where we've landed with our schools. We all know that. Rising costs, poor state fundings. I was really hoping we would get a better, a fairer deal from the state. And so there's that, and there's things that we are responsible for. And honestly, whatever the issues and the pressures are, in the end, the responsibility of city government, the city council, the school committee, and the mayor, is to not have us land here. This is not not a good place to be with where we are now with the schools. And it wasn't last year. And I want to personally take responsibility because we all approved that one-time use of funds, which we heard from the auditor is perfectly fine if it's attached to a plan. And we did not issue a plan. We did not make a plan. Council didn't, school committee didn't. I hear the mayor did up the date of the budget, but let's just take responsibility. This is not, being where we are, this is not where we can, this is not tenable. And precisely because this isn't working is why we need to opt in and have more choices so that we can respond creatively and together and collaboratively as electeds. So that's what I see. We need to share the responsibility, not just have it be on the mayor, not just have that burden be on the mayor. And so I think, to accept this opt-in provision is to have all possible options before us. I cannot look parents and students in the eye and say, I forego, something that could have been important. For what reason? I don't even know I would tell them. We're afraid of our own power? I don't actually know what the answer is. I think we owe it to the school community and even to the rest of city government to step up and take responsibility and opt in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Elkins.
Thank you. So as people following the discussion know from my remarks on Monday, I will not be voting to approve this order, and that remains my position. I want to note that the road to this place and I don't just mean sort of the deficit in the school place, but where we are right now with school committee having recommended a 17% increase. We have 3 competing, we went through the whole process with 3 sort of competing numbers, each staked in good intentions and belief in public education and adherence to good fiscal responsibility. And the road to this place has been terribly difficult for every student, teacher, family, city employee, public servant, elected volunteer, or city employee. And there's been confusion, misinformation, and division and rancor that has been unproductive and in many ways inconsistent with everything I know about this city. School committee first thought they had the ability to use the provision, and then our children and our families were led to believe that their advocacy in school committee would end the question. That wasn't true if we had the provision. It's not true now that we don't have the provision, and it's caused a tremendous amount of confusion in the community. And now they're being led to believe that advocating for us to pass this now would make it possible to achieve the outcome they hope for, which is to say, to avoid all layoffs this year, now, in this budget season. But for a host of legal, procedural, and practical reasons, I just don't believe that's true. I want to say as a matter, if we use this provision, it is not a decision to enter into lightly. It is the fact of the matter is that if we had this provision in place, 6 counselors could upend long-standing fiscal policies that have worked to the greatest extent possible to achieve with the tools at our disposal what we need to do to keep our streets safe, to fund our schools, and to meet the ongoing and dire challenge presented by the climate crisis. This is particularly compelling given how often council seats are won in uncontested elections. And it's unlikely that the community, whether at the ballot box or through our representatives, ourselves included, and I mean our community, not just any community, Northampton, would ever take the step solely to cut budgets, to cut the school budget to be in a position to lay people off simply in the name of fiscal austerity or conservatism. We as a city name our values and we work to fund them and work to make them real. We just do. That's who we are. This isn't about austerity. This is about fiscal responsibility and using proper fiscal responsibility to fund all of our progressive values. But we all need to admit to ourselves that our schools hit us all personally where it hurts most, our own children. And as the employer of the most city department employees in the homes, it also hits us in the homes and the bottom lines of so many of our friends and neighbors. And this is where it's most difficult to be objective and to see the not just of our aspirations, and to not just see past our aspirations and hope, but to see our kids and the caring adults who make it their work to teach them to see their pain and difficulty in a moment like this, to see past that, and for us to do what we have to do for the greater good of the city. I agree with Councilor Moultons and Perry and their remarks from Monday with their concerns that it is simply not possible to change the course we are on this year. I believe that it's true, even if we had this provision on the books going in as we thought we did. I believe that's true even if we had the provision. And now that we know that we don't, and there are simply too many questions about how this provision would be implemented and if it could ever be a vehicle for a wider discussion, it must come in a framework that still allows school committee to do its work with diligence, thoroughness, and yes, dispassion. And also allow council to do the same, all with the professional and experienced guidance of the staff and our democratically the staff of our democratically elected mayor. Like Councilor Jarrett said on Monday, if we had this provision, it would be a heavy lift, or I would agree with you that it would be, for me personally, a heavy lift to persuade me to use it. And if we ever had this provision, it would require a framework and shared expectations. I've been thinking a great deal about when and how I could ever support approving this measure, and the answer is not never. If we ever as a city approve this measure, I believe, and I think Councilor Labarge spoke to the realities of this in her remarks, that it would have to be the product of an agreement and collaboration between school committee with the mayor as its chair, and council in which everyone knows what the other expects and needs in order to do their jobs and are also respectful of their prerogatives and responsibilities of each and everybody and the mayor as involved, as spelled out in the city charter and state law. In that spirit, it is still the case. I'm voting no today. I do not think this is the appropriate time to pass this, and it especially because it is most confusing for those who think that we would immediately then use this provision to deal with this year. But in that spirit, I'm prepared to lead a discussion to see if we can develop a framework for how it could be implemented. And if any of my colleagues wish to undertake it with me, I would propose that it be a joint effort between council and school committee to determine processes around how it would be implemented that would ensure everyone, school committee, council, and the mayor, are fulfilling their roles in making these hard decisions. So that's not me saying that I would ever propose to reach a place, but I agree that if we ever consider this order, it needs to be on its own merits and divorce from the current difficult moment that we're in. It has to stand on its own merits, and it has to be considered in terms of how it would work, how recommendations would get to council, how school committee would do their work before they made that recommendation. So with that said, and before I conclude, I want to speak to all the kids who've come out to let school committee know and to let us know, and the Northampton Public School kids that live in my home. We have an extra kid here from Germany who's going to the high school as a foreign exchange student this year. I want you to know tonight how important your teachers, that you've let us know how important your teachers and schools are to you. Every single thing that you have shared eloquently and bravely is true, and I think all of us here on council and on school committee and in the mayor's office know it too. I was also a kid who got through very difficult times in public high school because I had a safe haven in the band hall. I remember literally running from last period to the theater for rehearsal when I was cast in my first school play. It was also one of the last because though I did go into professional theater, I'm no kind of actor. But it was a refuge, and we do know, to everybody and all the kids who spoke to us, you're not wrong that these things are important, and it is truly the case that you live in a city that values your schools and our young people. And thank you to everyone, too, who stayed to listen to the entire mayor's address and to this discussion, and who stayed online to listen to it in its entirety and hear not only the difficult work we have to do about the school budget, but also the many wonderful things that are happening in Northampton. And for everyone who spoke tonight, I know you've been told it's very important that council vote to adopt this provision tonight because it's a way that we can prevent this thing from happening that none of us want to have happen, and I know that's disappointing. I want to encourage you, please don't let this disappoint you. There is, in the mayor's budget that was before us, and with the call to address the fact that we need to do an override, and with the advocacy work that we need to do before the state to fix the funding crisis at that level, that there's work for all of us to do in this with this budget and with the plans. And of all of this, the biggest tragedy I could imagine is if all this energy and division and pain, it's been painful, if we didn't keep that energy going to do what we can do, what is within our resources and abilities and limitations to do. So I hope that whatever disappointment anybody feels in my personal vote or this vote as a council takes, that we don't lose that energy, because it all comes from the same place of the best intentions and best hopes and aspirations for our city. So I'm voting no tonight. I know that's going to disappoint people, and I am sorry, but I can assure anybody who wants to know, I'm here to do the work. I will do what's necessary to lead us, through this moment and play my part in it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Moulton.
Thank you. First, I want to acknowledge and thank all the 44 people who spoke tonight. I think everyone who spoke addressed the school budget and the issue before us in some way, and spoke from the heart. And that's been true of many of the emails that we've received, and I appreciate those hundreds, particularly those people who have emailed us and have told their story as a teacher, a staff person in the schools, a student, parent, taxpayer. Those have been very moving and have informed me. And one of the things that it has shown me is that, as at least one person mentioned during public comment, there is a wide range of opinions throughout the city. And I'm not talking just about people in my own ward, because I've had conversations and received communications from people in all the wards. So this is an issue that has touched many people, have strong feelings about it, and they are all important to us as we weigh not just tonight's decision about Chapter 329, but the budget that the mayor presented to us. And I do want to say that I do think that last year, when I voted for the budget and for the mayor's decision to use the $1.24 million from fiscal stability, that I was voting also for the plan that she contained in her budget message of last year, which she repeated somewhat tonight. She did ask the new superintendent to produce an early budget, which the new superintendent did within 5 months of her arrival in Northampton. And there was an agreement that she quoted from again tonight that the union, NACE, agreed to advocate for increased state funding. I think we all agree with that, and to make any necessary adjustments to the school budget without sacrificing the quality of education our students deserve. So I do think there was a plan to help bring the schools back to a place of more stability. The problem that I have with Chapter 329 is that it doesn't address the consistent and reliable funding that we're looking for to provide that stability. It doesn't change the state funding formulas that we've talked about that have shortchanged Northampton over many years. It doesn't repeal Proposition 2.5, which caps the levy limit. So there's, I think that adopting it tonight would raise false hopes that there's going to be an increase somehow in the stable, reliable, consistent funding that we need to continue to address this deficit in the Northampton Public Schools. I am much more committed over the next month, 6 weeks, however long it takes to produce a budget for the city, to looking at the mayor's proposals and analyzing their impact on the schools and the overall municipal budget, of again committing more fiscal stability money to the schools for next year, and particularly in creating the Special Education Stabilization Fund. I think both of those have merit, and I want to look at them more closely. But we have some very specific proposals within the mayor's budget that I feel are helpful in addressing the immediate needs of the school department. And like Councilor Elkins, I would much prefer to divorce this question about the city opting in on Chapter 329 from the very emotional discussion about this next year's school budget, and do it at a time when there can be that kind of community collaboration and actually reach an agreement that the council, the school committee, and the mayor would all be party to about what it would mean to adopt this. So I would join in Councilor Elkins in working toward that. But for tonight, I cannot support opting in.
Thank you.
I need to get a battery.
Okay.
No, it's fine, it's really good. As of Monday.
Your mic?
Sorry.
Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. As of Monday, you heard how I felt, and that I could not support this at all. And I cannot, and I will not, change my vote on that. And I'm going to read off that the people were not involved in that meeting Monday night of my exact thoughts and my reasons why I will not support this right now. I agree with Councilor Moulton and also Marissa Elkins. The best way to do this is for our school committee, our mayor, city councilors, everybody, work together. Work together. I just think this is not the right time right now to move this forward. But anyways, I have great concerns, and Councilor Dubs, I've worked very hard on this, very hard. And I just wanted to let you know that. And, well, you did mention me, and I'm letting you know how I feel about it. And I'm not going to change my vote. And my reasons is based on what we have seen so far. Accepting this provision will encourage our school committee to send forward budgets that do not align with the city's fiscal priorities or comply with the fiscal stabilization plan. I just worry that that acceptance will make this routine. And that's how I feel about it right now, because it was just moved on to us. Didn't have enough of time here. We're looking at a budget here with a deficit that's so bad. It's bad. And I've been through many, many budgets, and this is terrible. And we're looking at some crucial departments here. Serious departments. I love Ryan Road School, always have. I've supported them. My children have gone through Ryan Road School, graduated from there, went on to junior high, graduated from Northern High, and proceeded on to college. All the teachers at Ryan Road School are excellent and throughout the city. And it hurts. It hurts me and every other counselor here of trying to give them the best education that they can. But I cannot support this 24064 with such a short notice. And I know, like, with our finance directors, our superintendent, and the school committee, because this is their responsibility here, their responsibility. And I think I heard the mayor mention tonight that really it is not, we have not been trained like the school committee has, as far as moving along with this and working with it. So I'm not going to change my vote because of the reasons that I've just presented, because the responsibilities at this point is really between the mayor and also school committee, the superintendent, and all of us working together, hopefully. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Perry.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I'm trying to keep it brief. At our joint meeting, Councilor Maori said clearly, let's not talk about stabilization funds. Let's really focus on the order before us. So I'm going to try, as people have said, is to divest this current situation and really just focus on this order. I'm thankful to learn about it. I'm hopeful to learn more, and whether its potential benefits and also its repercussions. but I will not vote for something I have not had time to understand fully. One of my first major decisions here in City Council when I got thrown in was during the budgeting season, and I quoted the venerable Ian Malcolm, and I will do it again. And sometimes, we're so preoccupied with whether or not we could do something, we don't take the time to stop and think whether we should. And I find myself in the same position. I don't make votes hastily. I try not to let myself be pressured, and I want to take a step back and think about what kind of city I want my kids to live in, because I do have children in this system, 2 of them, and I think this is a learning moment. I am very excited to hear Councilor Elkins' proposal that we really work jointly with the school committee. I myself am ready to, as Councilor Marianne Labarge said, I want to do the work, and I want to do it in a way that does not feel like we're just trying to address one thing. So let's work together with the school committee and the mayor and find a way to put forward this order, because I do think it's nice to have all the tools you can have, but I do know that a tool utilized improperly doesn't help anyone. So my vote stays the same. I cannot support this at this time, but that does not mean I will not support it. I think it's great to come to my attention. So where I am now is that I will not support this.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I really appreciated everyone's speeches, and then
I've already gone and you haven't, but I'd like to speak again.
Absolutely. So, I agree that this is a long-term decision. It isn't just about this budget year, this council or this mayor. I also agree that it would take a very high threshold for me to choose to invoke this, and that my support and understanding over the years that I've been a counselor has grown of our financial policies, and recognizing the need for stability in department operations and the concern about use of stabilization funds without a plan. We already have the power to reduce budgets. So the part of it where we can reduce an operating budget and add to the school budget, that part I appreciate that. I understand that. It involves 1 year. It involves trade-offs, immediate trade-offs. And so that is not so much my concern. But my concern would be about stabilization funds and drawing from them. Right now, based on all the legal information we have, that I am, that drawing from a stabilization fund requires the approval of the mayor and the council. It's a mutual decision. It's not something that either the mayor can do or we can do. Changing it to where the council alone can pull from it would be concerning. I mean, we would require the school committee to make a recommendation in order to do that as well. But we could easily get into a situation where we stray from our fiscal plan, where we drain reserves, and there will be a lot of pressure to do that. And our reserves are so critical. I mean, it's a different fund, but just. I mean, there has been talk about moving reserve funds from one use to another, so I guess it is related. Just understanding how critical some, for example, I asked earlier about the stormwater and flood control to highlight that these, if taking from those dedicated funds would be a very bad move, and. And then there's the question, do we have a general power to appropriate stabilization funds to departments outside of the budget process? So far, city solicitors says no. If it turns out we can do that, well, we'll consider that at that time and possibly revisit this decision. So yeah, coming back to, it's a long-term decision. Having 2 weeks to consider it is very difficult. This wasn't actually, sometimes you you come to a meeting and you know how you're going to vote. This was not the case. I was just struggling with this for many days. And I would like to take up other counselors' offers to study this and consider this with a plan in place. And it does, just procedurally, I'm curious about how we might do that. But that's, let's let everyone who wishes to speak again do that, and then consider any procedural moves. So, thank you. Councilor Maori, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, no, someone had asked other communities that have opted in. I don't have an exhaustive list, but Greenfield, Amesbury, East Hampton, Waltham, Cambridge, Framingham, Salem, Pittsfield. My feeling is to honor what what the community has been through this year. This crisis is too big to have one person as opposed to 18 elected officials. I think that this is, if nothing else, I think it would reassure the community that we were taking steps after what's gone on. And I'm getting I want to name that, referring to the largely female, school committee as kind of out of control or confused or emotional. I think we need to watch that language, because we don't say that about the police, and we don't say that about fire rescue, we don't say that about other DPW, we don't say that about other departments. So let's all just kind of check in with that moving forward as we go through the rest of the budget process. I hear what you're saying. It is a big responsibility, Councilor Barge, but, we have our big power is that we can cut budgets, including the schools, so we better get trained. Because, things are getting real when we're in this kind of situation. And level funding our schools is never going to be aspirational. It might be very difficult. It might be nearly impossible. It's not aspirational. And so I think that's something else that we need to kind of think about when we use that kind of language. We did refer this to a committee, and that's our process with very big orders, that we refer to the committee, so we had the time for that. I want to say to folks who showed up tonight, thank you. Thank you for all of your emails. I've read every one. It will take me a while to answer. I'm sure we all feel that way, but answer each one. But I appreciate all that you've brought to our attention. And I want to let you know that I will not forego any option. I will not committee something that could possibly aid us in moving forward to avoid this next year or another year. So that, because this is it is a permanent change, and I would like this in place in case we get back in this situation.
Are you done? I just wanted to give you time.
Yeah, no, I was going to say more, but I think I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes, I want to respond first to Councilor Clemmer's characterization of what I said. I think it was a slight misunderstanding. I didn't say that I trust that this year this mayor is giving us what we need for the schools. I was saying to all of you, if your sense is that you trust this mayor and so therefore you as a council never need to intervene in this way or oversee in this way, then this is a good time for you to opt in case there's a time when you don't. I do not find this budget satisfactory. I do think we need to intervene. My back of the napkin calculations from the reveal of the budget today is that we're still $3.1 million short on the schools. So I do think that time is of the essence, and I do think the time is right for me now and for you, but for different reasons. I also want to respond to your comments about that this would open up reserves, and just note that, yes, I do think we have differing legal advice on whether that option will be open to us anyway outside of this process. To the public, indeed, this is not your last opportunity to get the funding for the schools. This was one way to get it. This was also one way to hear whether representatives might want to do that and partner this year to do that. And I think it's very good that we had this process and had this conversation. I feel a bit like I heard Councillor Elkins say, I really am ready and willing and able to do my part, but I won't opt in, which sort of reminds me of the lyrics, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. That's my response to that. This idea that division has been created by this process, I think, is untrue. I think the tenor of this moment is because of the underfunding of the schools. That is what is the crisis, not the fact that we're seeking solutions to it. And as to whether there's been misinformation put out, I think it's important for everyone to remember that we are all free to consult with people freely, and we may get to different conclusions about what we are hearing and interpreting that advice to be. We have fundamental disagreements on some issues of law right now. That is valid. That is not misinformation. It's possible that someone crying misinformation may be misinformed themselves, and that's good to keep in mind. To Councillor Labarge's comment that the school committee and mayor and councillors should work together, and that's what you'd like to see happen, that is what this opting in process would allow. Without opting in, we don't have that process. Now, without opting in, the only process is for the mayor, of her own initiative, to amend this budget to give more money to the schools. So it has simply concentrated all of the responsibility for solving this, technically, legally, into one person. To Councillor Elkins' point that 6 councillors could upend long-standing policies in elections that are often uncontested. Similarly, one mayor, democratically elected, and her staff can upend policies, or can decide again how much money is given to schools. And should we put all of our eggs in one basket for 4 years at a change of mayor? Or would it be ideal, perhaps, to have 6, 9 councillors who have turnover every 2 years at different times in staggering ways to also be able to play a role in this, so that we have broader input from the community that we represent? For the community to have access to the mayor directly is a very tall ask. We spread that community contact amongst ourselves as representatives. I wouldn't be surprised if all of us have probably even more engagement with constituents than the mayor. And when we're talking about naming our values and being sure that we're carrying out the work that is what our community wants us to do, because let us not forget that under our charter, the community, the inhabitants of Northampton, is the city of Northampton. That is the body politic. That is the municipal corporation. Their power is vested in us, first and foremost, and the mayor has duties to carry out underneath that. I think that opting in is the appropriate way for us to be able to participate democratically, and I'm so glad that this sign was left by some of the demonstrators today. It says, opt in for democracy's sake. Finally, to, I believe it was Councillor Moulton, who said that the statute does not identify a funding source. Indeed, it does. And the funding source is the general fund and the operating budget. It doesn't change what we can have in that, but it certainly identifies the places where the money can come from. And I want to be clear, when we don't opt in, what we are talking about is precluding ourselves from, say, if we find, I don't know how much paraprofessionals are paid today. Let's say it's only $30,000. If we find $30,000 in the mayor's budget, that through our process of reducing her budget, we thought that one was not a necessary expense. We are now precluding ourselves from being able to say, I will now then give the schools $30,000 for that paraprofessional. So the idea that this is sort of an all-in or an all-out or an all reserves or a no reserves, it's not. You're not opting in to not give the schools a penny more, and I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Anyone
Actually,
else?
I need to clarify that. I just said you're not opting in to not give the penny. By not opting in, you are precluding yourself from being able to give them a penny more. I didn't mean to imply your motivations, just the outcome of this choice. You've tied your hands in that way.
Would anyone else? Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak a second time? Well, I will speak. Yeah, I also want to thank everyone who came tonight for public comment. These are wrenching decisions, and I agree that in this budget cycle, with what I understand, this wouldn't be solving the problem as we would like to solve it. I think most of us would like to solve it, and I think there still is. I plan to work with the mayor, and mayors can come back and do come back and amend their budgets, and have in my time, and I trust that we will all be listening, and we will be asking if we feel that it's appropriate to modify something, yeah, I again would like to look at this over the longer term and make something that more of us will be comfortable with. So procedurally, obviously we can vote it down, but Laura, do you know what that means as far as when something can then be reintroduced? Is there a time limit, or there isn't anything? It can just be reintroduced. Okay. Just to, that you wouldn't want, if there are rules against introducing the same thing over and over again, could be not allowed, but okay. The other option is to postpone either to a specific date or indefinitely, and then when we're ready to take it up, bring it back.
I'd actually call the question.
Okay, is there a second to calling the question?
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Moulton. There's no discussion on calling the question, so let's do a roll. And does everyone understand what this means? So,
you should explain.
yeah, if it passes, and it must pass by 2/3, that it will end debate and discussion, and we will go right to a vote.
Okay, Councilor Jarrett.
No.
Councilor Clemmer.
This is the motion to call the question.
Yeah, motion to call the question.
So a yes vote would be that
We go right to a
to
vote.
vote. Okay, yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
No.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg.
No.
Councilor Dubs.
No.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 yeses.
Motion fails.
In which case, I'd move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Labarge. Discussion on approval.
Approve. Can you state that?
Wait,
Approve?
are you sure you want? Oh,
You can still vote down.
right.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's confusing. You can move to approve something,
Right.
but you can't. But you don't have to vote for it. So,
I didn't know. Approve this.
Yeah.
Can you restate them? Can we slow down
right.
a little bit? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So the Councilor Elkins has made a motion to approve adopting and opting in for an order to accept Chapter 329 of the Acts of 1987.
And I think Councilor Labarge, you seconded?
What's that?
I thought I heard somebody second.
Did you catch? Councilor Labarge, second. Okay. So is there any more discussion? Sounds like there's a desire not to postpone, but rather to vote on it now.
Yep.
I guess I have a question for those of you, sorry.
Councilor Manley.
I guess I have a question for those of you who said you wanted to explore it more. We have this issue about we don't know when we can bring this up again. So I'm not sure why you don't want to postpone it if you're concerned about us being able to bring this up again. Am I correct about that? So I guess I'd like to hear from people who said that they wanted to explore this further or have a committee, why you're not voting to postpone, since that would be a way to do that. And if you don't, if you vote it down, we're not sure that we can bring this back up.
We can bring an order, I mean,
Well, that's
the proposition that we can't.
It's a question I'm not sure of matters of order. I don't know if anyone here has knowledge of that. Essentially the question is, what would happen if someone kept bringing something back and it kept getting voted down? Is there a point where you would prevent them from doing that? Or do we have, I don't see it in our rules, perhaps Robert's rules addresses it, but.
How many times you could bring,
Yeah, how many times? So, go ahead, Councilor Elkins.
I mean, if we don't know of any rule that would prevent somebody from bringing it forward, I do know that the amendment itself, the law, says that if it is, that it would only go into effect the month following. So I would like to resolve for this budget season this question. And I think people need to, deserve to know how we vote and whether or not we approve. Folks put a lot of effort into learning about this and putting it forward. So we have a motion and a second. I would like to vote. If it were precluded from bringing forward at some later point, we can deal with that.
Yeah, and if there is a rule that we don't know about, we can vote to suspend it.
That's right. I agree with that.
Okay, any further discussion? Does everyone understand what we're voting on?
Please explain a yes vote and a no vote on this.
Okay, a yes vote would mean that you would like us to opt in to Chapter 329 of the Acts of 1987. A no vote would mean that you do not. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilor Clemmer,
No.
Councilor Labarge. No. Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
No.
Councilor Perry,
No.
Councilor Rothenberg,
Wholeheartedly.
Councilor Dobbs,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
No.
and Councilor Jarrett.
No. The motion fails. That is our last item on the agenda. To entertain a motion.
I will move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Perry and seconded by Councilor Elkins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.